It fell like a meteor coming down. Boom! It was like a bomb went off. A huge disaster struck the middle of Mthala and the vast expanse of green grass. It was literally a disaster. The earth shook with the roar, and with the powerful shock, a huge dust-colored shock wave swept out. Kukukuku. The world let out a wild scream. The identity of the disaster was revealed after the eerie scream that, "Oh, my God!" And now the first witness of the disaster, Ji-hong, was unable to shut his mouth at the sight that had unfolded before his eyes. Did you really kill it? At the center of the disaster was the dragon, full of wounds. It was deeply wounded in its long neck, a huge wound passing right through it. Did he kill the dragon? There was a dragon that had now become a corpse. What the hell, the sight was incredible. In fact, Ji-hong did not believe what he saw and heard at this moment. At this moment, his body was the only thing he could trust. The fact that there was no more tremor was the true evidence that the dragon in front of him was a corpse. What the hell is this nonsense? Even with such evidence, Ji-hong was unable to move his feet easily at this moment. Crack! It was only after he pounded his cheeks with his hands that he began to move. The intense sound of his face burning red at once changed his eyes. He had the same eyes as his first time here on Jeju Island. Confirmation is first. He moved toward the body of the dragon, the trigger that would lead to death and despair for tens of millions of people who had survived in the Republic of Korea and Japan, and with the eyes of those who were willing to pull the trigger of a massacre that no slaughterer had done in human history. This may be an opportunity. In the mind of Ji-hong, who changed his eyes, the calculation began immediately. No, it's a chance. In fact, this moment was a lifetime opportunity for Ji-hong. In a time when the body of a monster had more value than anything else, the body of a dragon was in front of him at such a time. The chance of a life change was in sight. If only I could eat the crystal of the dragon. Above all, Ji-hong had a mark on the back of his right hand, and he had the minimal qualifications to be the owner of the priceless treasure in front of him. Yes, I will eat it. The only thing left for him was to remove his rival, who was only as qualified as he was. As soon as he thought of that, Ji-hong began to search for something other than the dragon. There he is. And he found him. Over near the great crater the dragon's body had created, a man was lying on his back. Is he dead? He was like a dragon, as if he were not different from a corpse. The man was in such a terrible condition. He looks terrible. All his clothes were torn to pieces, and the bare flesh that had been revealed was just a lump of flesh, even though the bruises that had been painted all over his body made it impossible to imagine what kind of shock he had. His left knee was also turned the wrong way, and his right arm was broken, its bone coming out through his skin. He is surely Kim Tae-hoon. It was a corpse, no matter how he looked at it. So, without hesitation, Ji-hong approached the body and turned the body over. Then he saw the man's face. Hahital. The man was wearing a hahital. On the other hand, it proved his identity. It is Kim Tae-hoon. The only one who would be wearing a hahital beside the dead dragon in this world would be Kim Tae-hoon. And as soon as he found out, Ji-hong's heart began to throb violently with anticipation and joy. Once if I make sure he's dead, once he had confirmed life and death, if he found out that Kim was dead in front of him, everything here would be his. With that expectation, Ji-hong, whose heart swelled, lowered his posture and carefully brought his ears to Kim Tae-hoon's chest. Pow! At that moment something caught Ji-hong's neck. Ugh! There was a breathless noise from his throat, and it was the last sound he would make. Kim Tae-hoon's left hand, which had caught Ji-hong's neck, ripped out his throat. Ji-hong fell to the ground without even spitting out his last breath. Gasp! Gasp! Kim Tae-hoon, who had fallen down, rose up. He was in danger. As soon as he got up, his body staggered again and again. Even now, his left leg, which was no longer functioning as a leg, was stifling, but there was no sign of him calming down. Thump. In the end, Kim fell to the side of Ji-hong. He reached out and pulled out the pistol at the waist of the fallen Ji-hong. With one gunshot, Ji-hong's struggle stopped. Hoo-oh-oh. At the same time, a long sigh came from Kim's mouth. If he were a student of mine, I would be dead. Kim Tae-hoon did not put his ear to the enemy's chest to confirm the enemy's life and death, and he did not teach his men that kind of thing. If Ji-hong had been Kim's student, he would have pulled the trigger until the magazine was empty as soon as he saw Kim. I was lucky. Kim was as lucky as he felt. He kept his life because of the inexperience of a man named Ji-hong. And I was so lucky. The dragon who had become a dead body would save the life of Kim Tae-hoon, who was dying now. Literally. Kim was dying now. His physical body and health had already bottomed out due to the long battle with the dragon, the hahidal which he wore in such a situation setting fire to his body, and the unsheathed kusanagi from the sheath made the fire a short and strong explosion. Everything in Kim Tae-hoon was burned out. After that, his remaining body would not be intact, nothing but ashes in the wind. It was a weak, emaciated body which was staggering in the passing wind. I expected it, and Kim was expecting this sight as well. He did not intend to hunt the dragon in a relaxed manner without burning everything. He was not so arrogant. At the same time, Kim knew what would save him dying at this moment. Ugh. Kim, who rose again to perform the method, moved toward the dragon, limping with his left leg, which had already become useless. His footsteps stopped in front of a huge hole in the neck of the dragon. Beyond the level of ripped flesh, there was a light beyond the hole that penetrated the dragon's neck. I can't say a word. But what came into Kim's eyes was a sign of hope. Even in the situation of being stabbed by the kusanagi, there was a sign that somehow it was trying to heal the wound. If the power of the kusanagi was insufficient, or if the dragon had any remaining ability to recover, he would have been passing through its throat at this moment, chopped into small pieces by its teeth. At that moment, Kim put his body into the hole in its neck. When he pulled out himself again, he had a shiny jewel of dark blue hue in his hand. Kim put it in his mouth. Gulp. There was no hesitation in swallowing it. Furthermore, he was not hesitant to use the power of the dragon that became his own from now on. It was quick. His body, which was colored with blood and bruises, began to regain its original color at an amazing rate. Not long after Kim forced his left knee back to its original position, he was able to move his left knee at will, and the bone in his right arm was forced back to its original position. His whole body recovered its original state very quickly. Whew! The change was not the end of it. Kim's normal arms began to change into the hide of a dragon, and his black eyes began to split vertically. He looked at the back of his right hand, which looked like a dragon's hide now, with his dragon-like eyes. Basic abilities. Strength, 999. Health, 999. Special abilities. Energy, A+ rank. Mana, A+ rank. Telekinesis, S rank. Defense, A+ rank. Mana resistance, A+ rank. Achieved abilities. Draconian, grade 2. You can open the dragon's power, but you can't use any special abilities with the dragon's power open. The change was like a death sentence Kim had never passed. However, he did not make a bitter expression. He was very satisfied. With this power, it deserves to be a death sentence. The open power of the dragon was overwhelming beyond the level of attraction, even the death sentence seemed sweet. However, his appreciation of the power of the dragon was totally valid. Kim turned his head and looked over at Ji-hong's body. The 6 snakes must have figured out I started hunting the dragon. He expected the 6 snakes would use the dragon to play tricks. Anticipating it, he went on the dragon hunt. And now, when he had succeeded in hunting the dragon, there was one thing to do: make them pay for trying to play tricks. I will attack them before they prepare. 7. The National Palace Museum in Taiwan. The place, which was shining with golden light in front of the sunlight, regained its original colors as the sun went down. The spectacular scenery disappeared as if the plating had been peeled off, and scenery that seemed to be childish took its place. A man was walking down the street in the landscape. He killed the dragon. Mao felt a sense of crisis at this moment for the first time. The Codex Gigas clearly described the dragon as one of the strongest dark blue-grade monsters, but he killed it. It was the first time. Mao had never felt a sense of crisis in the first days when monsters appeared. The globe he had, the globe of Behaim, and the Codex Gigas, called the Devil's Bible, made it possible. The Codex Gigas had information about the monsters that had appeared in the world, and the globe of Behaim had information about the legendary relics, the only way to kill them. It was actually like an answer sheet. It was an answer sheet with answers to the problems mankind was now facing. He caught a monster we couldn't kill. But not anymore. He felt a sense of crisis. What he had dared not expect had happened. God damn it. I have to give up on the plan I've been preparing for because of one human being. The problem that Mao had not had anywhere in the answer sheet was now beginning to threaten him. That was why he felt a sense of crisis. His first sense of crisis in the era of monsters shook him greatly. But I can't help it. Shaking, Mao was forced to make a decision. The size of the 6 snakes is too big. The bigger size makes me unable to escape or hide. I must reduce the size of the 6 snakes first. He needed to destroy everything he had made using the names of the 6 snakes. Survival is now a priority. If I am alive, I can make new plans. He was going to give up the plan in which the 6 snakes became saviors and created a new order in the world. I'll have to break the balance at the same time. Of course, Mao did not intend to leave a balance in a world without the 6 snakes. Kim Tae-hoon, if you want to be a savior, be the only savior. Mao intended to pass everything on to Kim about the huge chaos that began like that. Be the sole savior and die bravely. When Mao thought up to there, he stopped walking. So. Standing in place, he called someone's name and immediately a woman came from a long distance. Yes, sir. Tell Major Qinshan to destroy the Great Wall. What? Destroy the Great Wall. Yes. It is just as I say, tell Major Qinshan to destroy the Great Wall. Then the monsters will cross the continent. The woman named So looked at Mao in surprise. Mao said firmly, that's why I'm telling you to break it. And one more thing, tell Major Qinshan to get ready to greet us. Move it carefully. Just as the flowers bloomed on the spot where the typhoon passed, and the grass grew on the ground collapsed by the earthquake, vitality began to flow around the mid-slope of Mthala in Jeju Island, where there was an unbelievable disaster. If you can retrieve a drop of blood, you'll get it back. The earth on the spot where the dragon was, dig it up to the end. Dig it all out. It was soldiers who were exuding the vigor. Uniformed soldiers were carrying the disassembled dragon carcass, like holding eggs to their chests, and descending the mountain. They were carefully digging up the soil soaked with the blood that had flowed from the dragon's body, and carrying it in prepared plastic bags. That's great. I can't imagine how many great items will come out with this dragon. It was a job that only the hunters who succeeded in a hunt could enjoy, so all the soldiers who participated in the work were lively. I can't imagine the master killed this crazy monster alone. Furthermore, the fact that this amazing achievement was accomplished by the man who protected them, not just anyone, fueled their vitality. It was the reason why everyone was smiling, and some of them were working without any complaints, even though it was difficult to climb and descend Mthala. It seems that the world has changed since the soldiers are doing their best to participate in the work. Originally the soldiers were the men who swore when they were given work. Jang Sung-hoon, who was watching the scene, expressed his appreciation. Kim Tae-hoon, standing next to him, tilted a mug in his hand instead of answering. Kim, savoring his coffee, watched the scene taking place slowly before his eyes. "You're here, boss. I thought you'd just run to Taiwan." Jang asked. Of course, he waited after asking the question until he heard Kim swallowing. It was evidence that he was now used to the habits of a man named Kim Tae-hoon. "There were awakeners sent from Taiwan here." "Yes, I checked the dead bodies. Considering that they already sent a group of awakeners to Jeju Island." "I am sure you're right." "No, I guess they moved much faster than the boss expected. So the 6 snakes are likely to have figured out now that I killed the dragon." "Then, you have to move earlier, don't you?" Jang knew the moment Kim killed the dragon faster than anyone else. There was nothing hard about it. He could always figure out the life and death of the dragon using Didangyojido. Of course, he contacted Busan port as soon as the dark blue light disappeared from Jeju Island. There was nothing strange to say after that. However, when he arrived at Jeju Island, he had no choice but to question the moment he heard that Kim was still there. "As you said, they're starting to prepare, and it is the boss's style to attack them first before that." Kim Tae-hoon said that Taiwan, the main body of the 6 snakes, would be next after the dragon. If he had not been ill, he would have gone to Taiwan as soon as he killed the dragon. In fact, his original plan was to do so. He had a plan to move on Taiwan if he could afford to at the moment he killed the dragon, until he checked the awakeners dispatched from Taiwan to wake up the dragon. "No, there are no 6 snakes in Taiwan." "Yes. I honestly didn't expect them to move so early." It was something Kim did not expect. The reason why Kim was in a hurry to hunt the dragon in the first place was to hide the whole process from the 6 snakes. However, the movements of the 6 snakes were much faster than his expectation. What does it matter? It means that there is at least one person in the 6 snakes, who thinks like me and has the ability to put that idea into practice. It meant that there was someone in the 6 snakes who was at least half a step ahead of Kim Tae-hoon. So, if I were the 6 snakes, I wouldn't even think about fighting against a man who had killed the dragon alone. Kim was convinced that if the person had such judgment and behavior, he would surely think about what was best at this moment and put it into practice. That was the reason. "Well, if I were your enemy, I wouldn't stay in Taiwan, an island country where there is no place to run away." The reason why Kim stayed in Jeju Island was that the real snakes that he wanted to catch right now ran away, so there was no reason to hurry. "So are you going to leave Taiwan as it is?" No, of course, it did not mean not to attack Taiwan. "Hey, boss, I don't want to be surprised anymore," saying yes or ah. "Can you just summarize and tell me?" At the words of Jang, Kim was silent with coffee. Gulp. After summarizing the words in his mind, he said, "The 6 snakes would have left Taiwan with important relics and awakeners, but on the other hand, the Taiwanese authorities would have been left as they were. Those remaining are bait. The bait that attacked us, without any declaration of war, unilaterally, with inhumane values and ideologies." With the words, Kim got up. "Then I'll have to let them pay for it." At that remark, Jang did not ask why Kim gave them time to prepare. He knew better than anyone that they could not stop Kim, no matter what they prepared for. So, he prayed briefly instead of such a question, "The day the boss arrives in Taiwan will be Judgment Day." He prayed for those who were as good as dead now. 2. On December 2, 2017, snow was falling in the sky in Taiwan, which had entered winter. It was mysterious in Taiwan, it was hard to see because the temperature here stayed above 0 degrees year-round. But it was dangerous. In Taiwan, if the temperature dropped below 5 degrees Celsius, dozens or hundreds of people could freeze to death, and cold weather was a more frightening disaster than a storm. They could not afford to appreciate the snow that fell on the Taiwanese. The same was true of the citizens of Taipei. Monsters that had appeared on December 31st last year took much from the Taiwanese. The raving monsters had crushed everything in Taiwan. To counter such monsters, Taiwan had to unite around the military, and everyone who survived in the process had to give up their freedom and human rights to survive. Everything was centered around the military, and the Taiwanese fully cooperated with their military. That was why they couldn't afford to look at the snow. Don't play the wag. The lazy cubs will be executed by firing squad. At the angry scolding of the soldier with a gun, the movements of people who clearing away the wreckage of the building became busier. Moreover, as soon as the snow began to fall in this site, it was no longer the scene of Taiwan that the world remembered. It was a sight that was only seen in North Korea. A man appeared at the scene. The man in black uniform was carrying 2 swords and a bag on his back. It was a heterogeneous dress. What is it? So, when the man appeared, some of the soldiers were willing to show interest in the man. You there. What the F***ck are you doing? The man who appeared before the attention brought the loudspeaker in his right hand to his mouth. Then the man said through the loudspeaker, from 2 p.m. On December 2, 2017, the Republic of Korea will begin a war against Taiwan, and the Republic of Korea will wage a war with a fair and full force against Taiwan. The Chinese language spread through the loudspeaker was very awkward and uncolored, the mark of a person who did not know Chinese speaking with memorized words. Of course, no one really accepted the man's words. No one warned the man. The only reaction was that a soldier aimed at the man with a loudspeaker with his M4 carbine rifle. 2-2. It was not long before the shooting surprised the neighborhood. Those who were work slowed down reflexively, as if they were familiar with the gunshots, and the soldiers also smiled reflexively, as if they were tired of the familiar situation. Huh? What? But the crowd froze at the sight of the man who tore off the distorted bullet heads from his cheek with his hand, rather than bleeding and screaming at being shot. What? Everyone froze in front of this ridiculous sight. In front of the scene, the man once again spoke to the loudspeaker. This time, it is fluent Korean, not awkward Chinese. It's 11:22 a.m., I'll attack Taipei City at 2 p.m. This is the last courtesy. At the end of the words, the man Kim Tae-hoon turned his back. Kim later appeared at 2 p.m. 3. Draconian. This ability acquired through the dragon's crystal was fearsome. As soon as the power of the dragon opened, his physical defense was invulnerable to bullets, and his mana resistance and tolerance to fear also rose very sharply. At the same time, the basic ability was strengthened beyond the numerical representation. His strength was at the level that he could carry a mid-size car like a shield, and the meaning health was virtually eliminated. There was only one constraint, that he could not use special abilities if he was in draconian mode, and using the power of the dragon. Literally. In draconian mode, he could not use special abilities. In other words, in draconian mode, he could use any basic abilities and achieved abilities, except special abilities. Fufufu. On December 2, at 2 p.m., Taipei City, Kim Tae-hoon announced his appearance by throwing out huge flames. Of course, this fact did not matter to the Taiwanese soldiers who started fighting not just a battle against the enemy, but a war for their nation. Shoot. Tututu. Don't stop and shoot. Tututu. The important thing for the Taiwanese soldiers was that Kim Tae-hoon's absurd physical defense ignored the bullets, and his crazy strength let him throw a bigger passenger car than the medium-sized car they using as cover at them. Bang! It was a ridiculous sight. Crazy. Even if they concentrated on the battle, their lives were in danger, but the soldiers who pulled the triggers forgot to shoot for a while at the sound. The sight of the Lexus LS flying towards a Toyota Camry was tremendous. Be careful. When a Ford truck, not a small car, flew toward the soldiers who were shooting from the window of the building, there was virtually no one eager to fight anymore. This is a ridiculous battle. It's a monster that cannot compare with a monster. The rabbit's front teeth were never eager to bite a lion. I'm going to get out of here. Soldiers who lost their fighting spirit naturally wanted to escape from the fight. Several soldiers, not one, began to flee the battlefield, as if the platoons had made a mutual promise. It was true that fleeing during wartime would be judged by summary execution immediately. But no one judged them. It was because a lot of commanders who had to judge them also ran away. The problem was that Kim Tae-hoon did not intend to allow them to escape. His vertical split black eyes swept around. It was not the eyes of the black snake, nor the eyes of the white snake. The eyes of the dragon. Everything was visible to the eyes of the predator who was at the peak. Each one of the fugitives was clearly visible. It was like looking at ants and identifying them one by one. Of course, it was pointless. When killing ants, it was not necessary to distinguish and identify the ants one by one. All he needed was one method: overwhelming violence. Kim Tae-hoon used the violence at this moment. He raised his head and opened his mouth. His heart began to swell up. Soon he released it from his chest. Qua! The sound of a dragon's roar shook Taipei City, a sound that could not be produced by a human voice. The legs and heads of the soldiers who ran or fought shook together. Cuck! Those who fought fell down on the spot, and those who ran away crashed down as they were. Everyone began to tremble with fear. Only one person, Kim Tae-hoon, who had created all of this fear, walked leisurely in the world where everyone else had collapsed. Walking casually, he showed a cold heart and determination that matched the war. Instead of punching the fallen soldiers in this situation, he showed the wisdom of using the guns the soldiers had. Tututu. So, the Judgment Day began. The world's assessment and view on Taiwan was not good. It was not because Taiwan lacked potential and national power. The biggest reason was that it had an enemy, China. The national power and military power of China were behind that of the United States, but the fact that Taiwan had the more ruthless and immoral China as its enemy, had made the world look at Taiwan with a sympathetic eye. Taiwan's military power was not at a level of sympathy. On the other hand, they still had the power not to kneel against China, and were even playing a mean trick for their own benefit that a small man would not do. Major General Lee Sukwang was a person with faith and pride in the potential of Taiwan. So, he accepted Mao's proposal, allowed the 6 snakes to play in Taiwan, and gave them full support. Furthermore, he dreamed of Taiwan becoming the Republic of China and a great nation to dominate the world beyond Asia, with the 6 snakes, to win the Chinese Civil War, the war against the Chinese People's Liberation Army that Taiwan and China have been playing out for over half a century. Lee Sukwang dreamed of becoming the protagonist and the leading player of historical achievements. Why the hell did this nonsense happen? It was not until 3 hours ago that he had given up on the dream. It was the same when he had heard that the dragon of Jeju Island was killed. It was certainly a matter of caution, but he didn't want to give up everything he'd ever achieved, and the dream. Therefore, he just kept alert and had only prepared for it. He still had the same dream, preparing to guard against an attacker. What on earth is this Kim Tae-hoon? But now his dream was blurring for the first time. Kim Tae-hoon, the man who had killed the dragon, declared war in person and alone in Taipei City, Taiwan on December 2nd. Often, in the history of war, civilians were informed of an attack in order to reduce death tolls prior to the massive bombardment and air raids, but it had never been done in the history of human war like Kim Tae-hoon, who appeared in the center of the city alone and gave notice of the attack with his own voice. What was even more surprising was that he started the war alone, and now the war situation was overwhelmingly directed toward Kim Tae-hoon. What kind of monster can do this? What kind of monster is he? Even Kim Tae-hoon's tactics, which were reported in real time, had embarrassed Lee Sukwang. Kim Tae-hoon was moving himself openly. He ignored the concept of modern warfare that a soldier should not be a target, and he appeared in front of an armed army, ignoring the concept of numbers and firepower, and he won with simple and one-sided violence against the bullets and shells that were pouring toward him. There was no concept of tactics in Kim Tae-hoon's movements. How the hell do we stop this guy? It was not a tactic, so it was not possible to aim for the gap in the tactics. Major General Lee Soo-kwang. A man appeared in front of Major General Lee Soo-kwang urgently. Major General Lee, who confirmed the face of the subordinate who had suddenly appeared, asked instead of shouting at him, "What did Mr. Mao say?" Well. He's not there. What? No one is there, and I didn't even see the relics that Mr. Mao kept. The moment he heard it, he did not dream anymore. Instead, he faced reality, a very cold reality. We'll move to the port. We'll leave the island as soon as possible. 5. Ugh, the car that he had been riding in a while ago came to the eyes of Major General Lee, who opened his eyes with a low groan. The car he was riding in was turned over like a dead frog. There was a man near the upside-down car. Kim Tae-hoon. Lee Soo-kwang had never seen Kim Tae-hoon, but he was convinced that the man in front of him was Kim Tae-hoon. Furthermore, he was sure that Kim Tae-hoon's actions of not using tactics at all, were the result of his shaking the grass of Taiwan to pull out the snake. He stirred the bushes to surprise the snake. He did it on purpose. It was the right answer. The reason why Kim showed a clear and active movement, as if he were putting on a show, was to stimulate the key commanders of the Taiwan army. In fact, Taiwan was a place harder to attack than he thought. Just as North Korea has created countless secret underground bunkers to survive from the enemy the United States, Taiwan also had a lot of secret underground bunkers to survive from their enemy China. Moreover, Kim knew about North Korea well, but there was not much information about Taiwan. If the VIPs of the Taiwanese military hid in the secret underground bunkers that Kim did not know about, it would be inevitably painful. So, he did this, and the trick succeeded in pulling out the biggest snake. Kim stood in front of Lee Soo-kwang. Wait, Lee Soo-kwang barely squeezed his words out in front of Kim. He also used English, not Chinese. At this moment, Lee Soo-kwang was calmer than Kim had thought, evidence that he was not a normal person. Kim looked down at him without taking any other action. I am Major General Lee Soo-kwang, and I have all the military power of the Republic of China in my hands. In front of Kim, Lee Soo-kwang introduced himself. It was the most miserable introduction in the world. Let's negotiate. After completing his introduction, Lee Soo-kwang immediately made a proposal. If you will save me, I will give you full cooperation. A lot of people died because of the work of the 6 snakes, and you guys would have sat at the table and applauded and delighted in it. Of course, Kim did not intend to receive the proposal. Well, that's . And now you propose a deal. Do you think I'll accept it? With the people who tried to kill me and use the dragon to destroy my country? The 6 snakes and Taiwan. They had incredibly good luck. The relics in the National Palace Museum, the number of monsters appearing in Taiwan, and being an island gave them a choice of becoming a savior to the world, or a conqueror to infringe on others and reign over the world. However, they chose the latter without hesitation among the 2 options, and they made a move to attack and reign over the world. Instead of reaching out to those who were hanging on the cliff and asking for help, they stepped out and trampled on the hands of the people barely holding on. Kim did not intend to ask why they acted. He just came here for revenge of those who were killed by the choices of the 6 snakes, and to administer judgment for the choice. Nevertheless, it's good to save me. However, in front of Kim, Lee Soo-kwang repeatedly proposed negotiations. It was a matter of his life, and at the same time, he knew his worth better than anyone else. I'll give you information. Information, EUB. Kim said quietly, after blocking the mouth of Lee Soo-kwang with the golden web, that's why I will keep you alive, to get information. 6. The situation is terrible. Kim Tae-hoon is attacking the mainland of Taiwan. The faces of those who listened to the story of the Okjo were hard. Nonsense. How could this be? The story that the Okjo relayed was so unbelievable. Who can believe that an individual has won an overwhelming victory against a nation? But Mao was not surprised by the story because he was expecting it. As expected, if he is a human being who has killed a dragon, he'll have to show this much. He knew so well that Taiwan could not do anything to the great monster that had been a monster before the monsters appeared, the monster that had been a monster after the monsters appeared, and now a monster that had even eaten a dragon. Rather, he was satisfied. I see Kim Tae-hoon attacked Taiwan much later than I thought, he expected us to run away. And he gave up chasing us and decided to clean up Taiwan first. The fact that Kim Tae-hoon attacked Taiwan later than he thought meant that Kim would give up chasing him and destroy Taiwan alone. In other words, Mao had succeeded in escaping from a monster called Kim Tae-hoon. There were more reasons for Mao to be satisfied with this situation. I've got all the relics. He had taken the important relics, and all the powerful relics he had collected so far. Mr. Mao, Major Chin Shan is here. Mr. Mao, I'm seeing you for the first time. And he also had powerful awakeners, to bring out the value of the relics at 100%. Major Chin Shan. It's good to see you like this. Furthermore, Mao knew that he had nothing to lose now. So far, he had a lot of things to lose. However, he has nothing to lose now that he has lost enough. I have destroyed the Great Wall as ordered. Good work, it could not have been easy. The Qin Shi Huang sword, the new sword, was very helpful, and so we didn't have to worry about our lack of troops. And what about the movements of the monsters? The monsters that have been waiting for the Great Wall to collapse are crossing the Great Wall, and some of them are expected to head toward the Korean peninsula. I suppose so. From now on, Kim Tae-hoon would be a man who would keep a lot of things. He would not have time to worry about other places as he had to protect his country from the monsters that were coming. Where would you rather go? We are going to move to Moscow along the Siberian Railway, and then we are going to England. That amount of time would change the winner and loser again. There was no doubt that it would happen. I'll be home in a year. His home ground was not Taiwan. 7. Kill him. Taipei City. The capital of Taiwan, where violence was now raging, screaming and bloody. At the center of the violence were the Taiwanese soldiers and civilians. The two groups, pointing their guns at each other, began to fight a civil war of life and death. It was a natural procedure. In the situation where the soldiers who maintained order with strong violence were completely collapsed by Kim Tae-hoon, the civilians who had been persecuted could not stay still. They began to spit out their anger in the most violent way after being suppressed for nearly a year. Kim Tae-hoon was watching the scene. It was proof of their determination. What he did today was a judge with a justification, but that did not mean that he could become a warrior of justice. He knew that fact better than anyone else. He had no right to ignore the sight, and he had no intention of turning away. Mao. Therefore, Kim made his determination stronger by watching the scene in front of him. Furthermore, he reminded himself of what he should do and what he should be again, in front of the scene. If you think of me as a hero and play a trick about it, you will surely die to me. On December 2, 2017, the Day of Judgment was over. 8. Pyongyang. It was hard to find the past image after it had become a city of the Republic of Korea, no longer the capital of North Korea. The most prominent new thing was the presence of torii, which had once been seen at the entrance of the Japanese shrine. The red torii were showing their presence everywhere in Pyongyang, like utility poles. Around the planted torii were tanks and self-propelled guns, and the soldiers and awakeners who were fully armed around them were refilling. Once we build a Maginot Line. It was a way which Colonel Lim Hyun-jun prepared, to protect Pyongyang and Korea from monsters. It was a wise method. The torii weakens the monster's power after injecting mana, and at the same time creates a protective area around itself. In such a protective field, resistance to the fear increases greatly. Even if some appropriate monsters appear, it will be a situation where we can use close to 100% of our firepower. Furthermore, it was not the only thing that Colonel Lim had prepared. I'll report, the dragon armor and the dragon bone lance made from the dragon, and the leather armor made from the eight-tailed fox, have arrived from the Mac workshop in Bucheon. They have finally arrived, I'll check them right away. Please tell the head of the Mac workshop, thank you for making them so fast, and I'll send you the results after checking the power of the prototype goods. Yes. Colonel Lim planned to do everything he could on the final defense line in Pyongyang. He was going to test the power of the powerful items that were now being created. He would not be satisfied with winning the battle and surviving, but he was going to grow and develop everything based on the battle. I won't just bleed. One of his men came up to him. The soldier was wearing thicker clothes than the other soldiers, and although Pyongyang, which had entered December, was cold, it would be a little overdone in Pyongyang in December. But it was not a strange outfit. We are reporting on the search for the Rason Special Economic Zone. They were the ones who had returned after the end of the search for the Rason Special Economic Zone, the northernmost in North Korea, which was located in front of the Tumun River. That was why his thick clothing was not strange. Report. We have not found any surviving North Korean residents in the Rason Special Economic Zone. Colonel Lim was convinced after the soldier's report. It's over. The fact that there were no survivors of North Korea even at the northernmost point meant that there were no survivors of North Korean ancestry anymore. But we contacted a group of awakeners from Russia during the search. There were survivors, not North Koreans. Russia? Yes, they expressed their intentions to cooperate in any way, and to be protected by the Republic of Korea. In addition, one of them identified herself as a member of the Russian SSO unit. SSO? Colonel Lim responded for the first time. The SSO unit was worthy of that reaction. Yes. A member of the Special Forces of the Russian Defense Ministry. The Special Forces of the Russian Defense Ministry. If someone was a soldier, he would have to respond to the unit like that. Once you disarm them, investigate thoroughly. Of course, Colonel Lim did not intend to believe what they were saying right away. Investigate thoroughly. You can push them to the limit. If you see anything strange, you can kill them right away on the spot. Colonel Lim didn't want to show them a favor of mercy and kindness. I'll take responsibility for everything. Yes. It was the surest way to protect his country in this world. The ear-splitting gunfire and screams from monsters shook the city area of Daedong County, South Pyongan Province. Shoot! The main characters of the gunfire were the soldiers who wanted to defend the final defense line built around Pyongyang. Kai. Ki. The main characters of the scream were the giant wolf ants covered with shaggy hair. F***ck, we've met the ones we didn't want to see most. Wolf ants. The monsters who started to appear on the Korean peninsula recently were very scary and threatening ones. Captain, I think we've lost the draw. 1. Each individual was strong. The lower-class wolf ants with red eyes could not be killed with 1 or 2 bullets, and the strength of the yellow-eyed wolf ant leaders was the highest level of yellow-grade monsters. But the scariest thing was not the strength of such an individual, but the habit of the wolf ant race. The proportion of soldier wolf ants is high, and they must have come to build nests, not just search stations. The wolf ants had the habit of crushing everything in their territory and building their new own nests there. We have to stop them unconditionally. When the nest is built. Yes, the queen will come. And as soon as a nest was built, the queen wolf ant would move there, with hundreds and thousands of troops. We must stop the queen wolf ant from settling here. If they take over this place, Pyongyang will be very dangerous. The distance between Daedong County and Pyongyang City, where the battle was now being held, was less than 20 kilometers in a straight line, and in the middle of it was just a plain. If the queen wolf ant settles here, it might be an hour to Pyongyang. At the words of the soldiers, Captain Park Il-sung, who led the 9th Squad under the Armored Hunting Unit and was in charge of guarding Daedong County, gave a short sigh. What about support? We'll need a battalion force to deal with the wolf ants, and I expect it will take more time for backup. Then, we'll hold on until backup comes. Il-sung clenched his teeth tightly after sighing. I am sorry, but there's no retreat. If they were other monsters, he would have been willing to retreat, and join the backup forces and sweep away the monsters. But the wolf ants were different. As said before, the moment the wolf ants built a nest in Daedong County, the queen wolf ant would come here. Building the nest did not mean building a splendid palace, but the moment when the wolf ant recognized Daedong County as their home. That was why they couldn't retreat. Until the backup forces came, they had to convince the wolf ants that Daedong County was not their home. You don't have to be sorry, we'll be able to hold on until we get the backup. At the words of Captain Park Il-sung, the subordinate soldier replaced the answer with a determined smile instead of a desperate expression. Captain. A soldier rushed in, with a hail of gunfire sounding behind him. Support troops have arrived. Then he said something everyone wanted to hear. Of course, Captain Park turned his head back, but his turned face immediately stiffened, because there was no sign to be seen after he turned his head. What do you mean support? Where are the backup forces? At the words of the question of Captain Park, the soldier pointed to the north, the front which the wolf ants were advancing in a rush. There. What the hell is that nonsense? At that, Captain Park turned his head to the battlefield again with a strange expression. What? And he could see that the wolf ants who had been running madly toward them turned their heads and ran backward. Boom! He also saw that the dead bodies of the wolf ants scattered all over by a huge explosion. Could it be? The most powerful support force in the world had arrived. 2. The landscape is always the same every time I meet you. Colonel Lim looked at the scene in front of him for a while. The dead bodies of the powerful wolf ants were scattered all over. It was the scene which Kim had made. Are you looking for the most dangerous place on purpose? It was always like that. When Kim returned to Korea after finishing his work, he appeared in the most dangerous place and made it the safest place. I don't want to waste time walking down the flower path. It was not a coincidence, and it was intentional. Kim always focused his 5 senses when he returned to Korea, and he headed toward the place with the most gunshots and screams in the crowd. Colonel Lim smiled lightly at Kim's appearance, not hiding his admiration. That's great. It was an admiration for the existence of Kim, who allowed a smile in a world full of monsters, and in a situation where everyone risked their lives to protect their country from monsters in the world. Please report the situation. However, Kim was not happy with the admiration. Colonel Lim erased his smile and started reporting. We are currently building a defense line around Pyongyang. The immediate threat is the Queen Wolf Ant and Wolf Ant Army in Kaichon City, South Pyongan Province. The number of wolf ants now is about 1,200, a mixed number of lower wolf ants and soldier wolf ants. I'll remove the Queen Wolf Ant tomorrow. I want you to organize a backup unit. Anything else special? After discovering a group of Russian survivors in Rason City, we're currently investigating them. One of them has identified herself as an SSO operative. SSO, the word changed Kim Tae-hoon's eyes. Colonel Lim immediately began a briefing on the reaction, as if he had expected such a reaction from Kim. She is 29 years old, and her name is Maria Alexandrovich Solovejov. As she said. She must have said that after working for KGB for 3 years and becoming a member of SSO, she was in Syria and Libyan civil war until the monsters appeared. But the briefing was over immediately. Do you know her? She is a daughter of Viktor Solovejov, deputy director of the FSB. The daughter of the deputy director of the Russian Federal Security Agency. She was originally a member of the Alpha Group, a counter-terrorism unit of the Federal Security Agency, and was recognized for her ability to intervene in the Syrian civil war. She made such a great contribution that the Syrian government officially obtained support from the Russian army. Colonel Lim's expression began to harden at the story that was much more amazing than expected. I think there's an amazing story, so what's your relationship with her? I saved her life 3 times at the request of our government. In this part, Colonel Lim shook his head. It was pointless for Kim to get his briefing if they were in such a relationship. Then it's you'd better meet her than I do. She's in detention in Pyongyang now. I'll arrange the meeting now. Kim did not nod at the proposal. I'll kill the queen wolf ant first. You don't have to hurry. It's much more important to hunt the queen wolf ant and reduce the damage to soldiers and hunters than to talk to a smuggler from Russia whose intentions are unknown. I'll prepare for it right away. Colonel Lim did not try to persuade Kim. What he had to do was not to stop Kim, but to provide full cooperation and support for what Kim wanted to do. Captain Park Il-sung. Yes, Commander. Colonel Lim called Captain Park, who was standing nearby as firm as a mannequin. You'll lead the 9th Squadron to help kill the Master's queen wolf ant. He ordered on the spot. It was not really an order to those who had risked their lives to defend Daedong County until just a while ago, and those who had not even taken a proper rest yet. At the order, Captain Park shouted as hard as he could, since there was no safer order in the world, it's an honor. 3. There was a room full of frustration, and a small light the only illumination. A woman was sitting in a chair. The tall woman's hair was very short, and yet she had a beautiful appearance that was not lacking for all her nearly 180 centimeters height. Maria Alexandrovich Solovejov was the name of the beautiful woman, who was still attractive even after a wound that passed through her nose. But those who knew her remembered her by a nickname, rather than a real name. It's been a long time, writer. Maria turned her head at the word writer from the man standing by the now open door. She was surprised, Messiah. The man who appeared was Kim Tae-hoon. You call me Messiah. Because I owe you 3 lives. Rather, why are on earth you here? From this side, I want to ask you why, of all occasions, the person from Russia is you. Maria answered Kim's question immediately. I have only come this far since I ran away, it is such a world, isn't it? There was no problem with that remark. Maria's expression was showing her feelings, as well. There was nothing to find fault with. Kim did not think she had any fault. If the opponent is another person, it will be no problem, but not you. The only problem was that the opponent was Maria. You always move to write a scenario. Writer. Even in the Alpha Group, Russia's leading special forces, the nickname was not fit for a soldier who had been recognized for her ability. Nevertheless, it was because of her role that she had such a nickname. Before the advent of the monsters, the world powers longed for the pretext to exert overwhelming violence in an era where violence could no longer be exercised, and they tried to create a cause. Maria was a writer who wrote the necessary scenarios to make the cause. It was Maria who was able to intervene in the Syrian civil war. It was the Syrian civil war that showed the most promise. If she hadn't caught the weak spot by entrapping a CIA agent inversely who had been caught in the Syrian civil war, the US could not have just watched a blatant intervention of Russia for its ally, the Assad regime of Syria. It was Kim Tae-hoon who saved her and her unit when they were in danger of an ISIS attack after that had happened. And as she said, it was the 3rd time. He moved to rescue her whenever she was in a crisis while carrying out a very close scenario. Don't play a clumsy trick. Naturally, Kim knew what kind of scenario she wrote every time he went to save her. I have no intention of playing with you, and there is no time. With the words, Kim immediately took off his pack and started putting it on the desk. He put his bag first and then put 2 swords on the desk. As soon as he sat across from Maria, he grabbed the sword of the Imperator, which he put on the desk, and pulled it out. Tsrong. The sword sounded eerie and revealed its hideous nudity. The naked body of the sword was covered with blood that smelled rotten. The evidence showed that Kim was in the bloody battlefield just a little while ago. Maria's eyes changed before the evidence. Suitable for her nickname as a writer, she understood the meaning of Kim's actions. Kim Tae-hoon will kill me without hesitation, the moment he judges me to be a threat. Maria also knew Kim as much as the man in front of her knew her. That was why at this moment she was able to see the priority of what she had to do first. She did not play tricks on Kim. The first thing is to prove that I am not a threat. Do you know the current situation of our country? I asked the questions. Kim also had no intention of letting Maria off because he knew her. He had a slight acquaintance with her. Never have they been together in the concept of co-workers. There is a possibility of contact with the 6 snakes. Above all, it was more likely that she came here because of the 6 snakes. If I find any problems with her, I will kill her. If she showed any signs of working as an agent of the 6th snake, Kim would kill her with a single stroke, and he showed it without hiding it a bit. That was why he took a sword and wiped the blood of the queen wolf ant on the sword. It was a blatant threat. Maria, sensing the meaning of the threat, did not play any tricks. Russia has become a zombie-overflowing world with the advent of Chernobyl. She only talked about the truth that she knew. Tell me about Chernobyl. I don't know its identity. There is only a vague clue about a monster with a wolf figure, but no one knows exactly what skin color of the wolf or what size is. No witnesses survive seeing it that close. Instead, I'm just sure it has purple eyes. Abilities? The places where Chernobyl has passed are full of zombies. The dead rise and use violence. I'd be glad if it was just people, but it's crazy and includes monsters. Is it a virus? Fortunately, it's not contagious. Being bitten by a zombie doesn't make people a zombie. Of course, it's not certain. What is the Russian government's response to them? Nuclear weapons. At that moment, Kim stopped wiping the sword and raised his hand. The conversation went off without a hitch. Soon afterward, he tapped into space with his hands as if he were knocking on the air. Tap tap tap. The door in the distance knocked on its own. Immediately a man opened the door and came in. The man had a kettle of boiling water, a coffee dripper, and a tray of crushed coffee beans. Maria sighed briefly at the sight. Drinking coffee instead of polishing a sword, she didn't have to explain which was less threatening. Kim used his telekinesis to move a coffee draper and a kettle in front of Maria. He continued his talk after lowering his coffee, using his telekinesis. In winter, zombies freeze and cannot move, and it's the only time a nuclear operation can perform. But if it had been simply because of that, Maria, you wouldn't have come to the Korean peninsula. You are opposed to the plan. Maria nodded at the remark. That's right. I'm against using nuclear weapons. Of course, this is not because I am an opponent of nuclear weapons. All I'm worried about is, it's a case where they can't get rid of Chernobyl with the nuclear weapons. That's right. What you need is some forces to support the opposition. Finally, Kim stopped talking and immediately picked up a cup of coffee. Then he drank coffee. The hour of silence had begun. After the silence, Kim said, "I'll help you." Maria did not cheer in his reply. "What do you want?" She knew that Kim's answer was never an answer from justice and charity. And as she thought, Kim wasn't helping her for charity and the right value. Everything. All. The cost of helping is all the resources and supplies Russia has. At the words, Maria revealed her feelings for the first time. She shouted with a surprised look, "What's that nonsense? It can't be possible, right? Does it mean we should actually be a colony?" Kim responded calmly to her reaction, "Ask Japan whether it is possible or not, of course, if I have a chance." Kim Tae-hoon drank his coffee and closed his eyes. Maria clenched her teeth at the sight and racked her brain. Kim Tae-hoon is a cool-headed man. He is not talking nonsense. He knows his ability better than anyone else. She imagined why Kim said this, and she made a story out of her imagination. He really wants everything, so he asked for it all. And, he thinks he is worth asking for all of it. In the end, she was able to come up with the most obvious way to sort out countless stories in her mind. I want to know your ability. That way, I can decide whether to bet or not. At the words, Kim once again knocked into the air. Tap tap tap. There was a knock again, and the man who brought some coffee came back. Kim said to the man, swallowing his coffee. Deliver my order to Colonel Lim, get ready to climb Mtbakdu. And Kim, who had his coffee again, thought, 6 snakes, I'll take the place you fled to. Sejong Center Chamber Hall. It used to be a performance hall representing Korea. However, it faded after the establishment of the Seoul Arts Center. This place, without showing its past reputation and presence, was finally crowded with people after a long time. In many ways, it was a strange thing. It was strange that people gathered at a performance hall like the Center Chamber Hall in an era when the monsters still dominated the world, and it was also strange that the faces of the gathering were various. It was also strange that the languages spoken by the gathered people were varied. If anyone who does not know sees this, they would think you are hosting a UN conference. Of course, the strangest thing among them was Jang Sung-hoon, who had appeared in a tuxedo. His tuxedo was not lacking, he wore a fedora, and he appeared with a cane that seemed to be useless, attracting everyone's attention. There was no shame in the appearance of Jang Sung-hoon, who responded with a bright smile to such gazes. Hey, you should have worn like that. In the end, the shame fell on those who came with Jang Sung-hoon. Cho Sung-yeon and An Sunmi, both of them were digesting the shame of Jang Sung-hoon instead. No, I think it's polite to dress up for the invitation of the ambassadors to Korea, but you're rather weird. Didn't you both get tuxedos and dresses? I'm pissed off that it's not a serious talk. It's a serious talk. Let's not talk, let's not. An Sunmi closed her mouth at the end of the words, and Cho Sung-yeon said carefully between them. More than that, brother, can you tell me why you've assembled this meeting? In the mind of Cho Sung-yeon asking the question, the memories of the last 2 days ago came to mind. 2 days ago, Cho was doing support activity for survivors. It was a task to find survivors who they might not know, to rescue those who had suffered from the monster damage, to collect children who had lost their parents, and to create a database so that parents who had lost their children could see their personal information. It was a task that someone had to do, but nobody was doing, so Cho was willing to spend his days doing it. But 2 days ago, Jang suddenly sent a letter to him, I am going to gather all the ambassadors to Korea and talk. It was a letter stating that Jang would gather the surviving ambassadors to Korea at Sejong Center Chamber Hall and talk. It was a letter asking them to attend, and when. There was nothing strange about it. Now, for the Republic of Korea, which had begun to function as a nation once again, it was necessary to go beyond internal stability and strengthen diplomatic interests. For diplomatic interests, the role of the ambassadors to Korea was very important, and was something that even anyone who had no deep knowledge of diplomacy knew. What is he going to tell them? The problem was that it was not exactly stated what he was talking about. It was a place to invite all the ambassadors to Korea. It was not for 1 or 2, but a place to gather a large number of them, and it was also a place where various races, nationalities, and cultures would meet. It was very inefficient to go beyond politeness to just talk without a more definite proposition. Nevertheless, until this moment, Jang did not tell anyone what the topic of the meeting would be here today. At this point, it was no wonder Cho was not curious about what Jang would talk about, and he was worried. It's nothing, I'm going to negotiate with the ambassadors to Korea today. At this moment, Jang told them why he gathered people here today. Negotiations? Now, there are just a handful of countries around the world that are functioning as nations. Its function is not a matter, but in most countries, their survivors are dying right now. Of course, they will need help. That's a natural story, isn't it? It is no wonder that the ambassadors to Korea should work hard to negotiate with Korea, which can help their country at this moment. At that moment, Cho Sung-yeon's eyes changed. On Sunmi also opened her mouth as if she understood the situation, and asked, "So, what are you going to ask for in negotiations?" Ah! When she asked her question, Jang made short exclamations of admiration, as if he had something in mind. "I'll correct my words." "What are you correcting?" "I think I used the wrong expression. It's not a negotiation." Cho Sung-yeon and On Sunmi looked at Jang Sung-hoon, their eyes narrowed. Jang smiled and said to the two, "I am going to threaten them." 5. It was like a medieval armory, where classical weapons, such as well-sharpened swords and armor, were breathing while waiting for the time of the battle. There were two notable ones among the weapons. A vest made of a dragon's dark red scales, and a leather coat made of the hide of a fox with white hair. Equals sad face the leather of a dragon. Resistance to fear increases significantly. The rate of recovery of all abilities increases very significantly. Proficiency in all abilities is greatly increased. Injecting energy or mana produces a draconic aura with strong defensive ability. Equals sad face the leather of an eight-tailed fox. Resistance to fear increases significantly. It has a strong tolerance for telekinesis attacks. It has a strong resistance to fire and cold. Injecting telekinesis will make the body lighter. They were the items made from the leather of the dragon and the eight-tailed fox. They are prototype items. The chief of the Mac workshop, Park Gap-soo, made them in haste, and although the outer image is not the best, the effect is perfect. Kim, who had checked the items with black eyes, did not turn his head in the direction of the voice. Instead, he asked a question. "Are these the only prototype items?" "No, I've left them for display." The answer came right away, and as soon as Kim heard it, he pulled the vest made of dragon leather with both his hands. Chick! The vest tore promptly. Colonel Lim, seeing this, stood there with a blank expression on his face. It was around that time that Kim turned his head to him. "The seam is weak. Please tell them we need an improvement. I'll deliver it." "So, what brings you here?" "An Okjo arrived from Seoul. It said that the 19 countries are going to visit." Visit. Kim did not show any special response at the word. "I honestly still don't understand." It was Colonel Lim who spoke the word himself. "Why are you forcing the ambassadors to Korea to watch the hunt for the blue Qilin?" The blue Qilin. It was a dark blue-grade monster currently located at the Heaven Lake of Mbakdu. It had the body of a deer, the tail of a cow, the hooves, and the mane. It had two buckhorns on a dragon's head mounted on the bizarre body, and it was walking on the Heaven Lake of Baekdu Mountain, considering itself as a celestial being on the divine mountain. Of course, the words, "a celestial being," were applied when it was not threatened. When it was threatened, it became a scary monster vomiting lightning with its two horns, killing everything indiscriminately. Naturally, it was strong. It was not as strong as a dragon, but it was as good as an eight-tailed fox. It was just a walking disaster. It hadn't mattered so far. For the peace of the Korean peninsula, it had to be killed. If Kim Tae-hoon, who had killed the dragon, took the lead, the chance to kill it would be higher than ever. The problem was that the ambassadors to Korea were visiting the scene to hunt such Qilin, by force. They can make a decision by looking at the level of ability we have. That's the reason. What decision? Whether they choose the 6 snakes or us. Kim Tae-hoon knew war very well. War is not just about exchanging blows. If they win, they plunder, but if they lose, they are plundered. That is what war is about. If they hit and wait for the opponent to recover, and if they overlook things when the opponent declares surrender, if the referee intervenes when a problem arises, it is not a war, but a game. This time was the same, too. Kim Tae-hoon hit the 6 snakes. So, what should he do next? He should take everything away from them. All that the 6 snakes occupied should now be occupied by Kim Tae-hoon, and the Mac Guild and Korea. Are you going to do the same thing as the 6 snakes did? If I save a country that is about to be destroyed by monsters, I naturally would get the corresponding price. From now on, he was going to make them a subject country in exchange for killing the monsters of each country and supporting them. It's not a righteous thing. Of course, it was not a just thing. Colonel, do you see me as an apostle of justice? Kim Tae-hoon had no intention of becoming an apostle of justice. If he was beaten, he would be punished more than that, and he would demand the right price for whatever he did. He had done it in the past, and he was doing it now. That was why many people believed and followed Kim Tae-hoon. Kim Tae-hoon had not claimed to be a hero, and he had placed more importance on the lives of his colleagues and subordinates than on saving the world. Furthermore, until now, he had always paid back those who had hit himself and his surroundings. Was there a more reliable leader than this in the current era? No way. Therefore, Colonel Lim no longer questioned forcing the ambassadors to Korea to attend the Chilean hunting. As always, he would do his best to help Kim Tae-hoon. When are you going to move? I'll finish it before the new year. I'll have to move tomorrow. 6. This is ridiculous. Pyongyang. It had been a long time since visitors came to this city, now part of the Republic of Korea. The visitors were ambassadors to Korea, and of course, their nationalities and races were diverse. But it was not difficult to find a sense of unity among them. Watching monster hunting, everyone had stiff faces and turned white. We might die if you make a mistake. We would be lucky if just one person died. If we are annihilated, there's nothing wrong with it. A dark blue monster hunt. Of course, having lost their own countries due to the emergence of monsters, making them watch them hunt the dark blue monster, the blue Chilean, was not much different from making them do bungee jumping that did not guarantee safety. The atmosphere of Pyongyang, where the ambassadors to Korea arrived, was also clearly telling, the tanks ready to fire with guns at any time, the soldiers around and the hunters of the Mac Guild were telling them that this was still a battlefield where a fierce fight was taking place. Damn it. This is the worst. I thought I'd barely survived. I can't hold on to this year. Their expressions disappeared as soon as they entered the armored car which was prepared. There were a few of those who kept their minds in the armored car running on the Pyongyang-Hecheon highway, where the bodies of monsters that had not yet been processed were still scattered. Most of them were practiced enough not to express their emotions on their faces. What is your intention? Some were different, of course. Kate did. She attended as one of the representatives of the U.S. ambassadors to Korea during the visit to the Blue Chilean hunting, and she visited the person in charge of this work while the armored car stood for a while to deal with the monster bodies that were scattered on the roadside. I'm not great at English, so can you speak slowly? The director was Jang Sung-hoon. What are your intentions? At the question of Jang Sung-hoon, Kate spoke the words clearly one by one in Korean, not English. Jang shrugged at her words. It's exactly what I said at that time. Check our abilities with your own eyes, and then sign the negotiation contract if you need our strength. Sejong Center Chamber Hall. Jang Sung-hoon said something similar to what he had said to the ambassador to Korea there, check the power of the Republic of Korea and the Mac Guild directly, and negotiate if you need that power. Of course, if it was over, the ambassadors of Korea would not have been at the hunting of the Blue Chilean, with pale faces. If you don't attend, I'll banish you, that's a threat, said Kate. Those who would not cooperate in this process should return to your home country. The words added by Jang Sung-hoon were the decisive reason for bringing the ambassadors to Korea here. In this situation, returning home was virtually not different from going back to hell. At the words of Kate, Jang Sung-hoon shrugged. The situation in Korea is not good enough to take care of people who do not cooperate. It is not a threat. That's ridiculous. Kate turned on her eyes with fire at Jang Sung-hoon's appearance. Jang Sung-hoon extended his palms for her, saying, "Whoa, whoa, whoa," he began to explain. "Miss Kate, it's nothing. It's like Jurassic Park, not a monster hunt, but you just have to watch it and make a decision. It's a decision about the fate of a country, and it's no wonder you're ready for it." Jurassic Park. Jurassic Park, directed by Steven Spielberg. Don't you know that amazing movie? With the words, Jang Sung-hoon bent his fingers and took a gesture that reminded her of Tyrannosaurus. Kate spoke to him with a cold, sinking look. "You don't know what the movie is about?" Jurassic Park by Steven Spielberg. It was a film about the story that takes place in the theme park where the dinosaurs are reborn through genetic manipulation and released. I completely know it. I've seen it 100 times. In addition, the characters of the movie survive against the dinosaurs in the troubled Jurassic Park. If this situation was Jurassic Park, there would be 100% chance for the monsters to appear at this moment. And that word came true so quickly. Kate turned her head reflexively to the left. Qua. At the moment she turned her head, there was a fierce shriek. Ugh. Mo, monster. The ambassadors to Korea who were taking a break responded with voices that seemed to be soul-stricken by the monster's shout. But there was no fear effect on them, because the special armored car with relics installed inside had the ability to block the fear. Save me. God damn it, damn it, damn it. Oh, God save us. It was, of course, a nightmare for the ambassadors to Korea. They would normally have been dozing off when they were exposed to the fear, but now they had to face fear in real time without falling unconscious. On the other hand, Jang Sung-hoon smiled in the direction of the monsters screaming. I like the relics, too, it lets me see the monsters, even if I'm a public figure. Kate did not answer Jang Sung-hoon's words. Instead, she took the Gandalf sword she had brought with her. In the meantime, she was not the daughter of the U.S. ambassador to Korea, but a hunter, who did not run away when a monster appeared, but protected people from monsters and spent busy days hunting monsters in Korea. That fact was not going to change now. Kate looked straight ahead. I'll go out and kill it, if necessary. She focused on the giant monster running madly toward them now, an ogre with yellow eyes. On the other hand, Jang Sung-hoon looked at the sky, not the ogre. He found something in the sky, turned his back to the ogre, and looked at the crowd. I'll introduce him to you. Thump. At that moment, lightning from the sky cut the body of the ogre in half instantly. What? Everyone opened their eyes at the sight. They were captivated by the unbelievable sight. Jang Sung-hoon bowed and introduced, "This is our master, Kim Tae-hoon." There had been a singularity everywhere. The fact also applied to the war with the monsters in the era of monsters. If the emergence of awakeners and relics was the starting point, the singularity was nothing but the items that were made using monsters as materials. Relics were more restrictive than they thought. Their use was fixed, and the powerful relics required more from the users. In short, the users had to align themselves to the characteristics of the relics. However, items were different. Items made of monster leather, bones, etc. were made to suit users. Of course, no matter how limited their use was, items that surpassed the power of relics had never been made. There was not enough material for an item to surpass a relic, and even if there was material, there was not enough technology and environment to make them. But it was not true anymore. Park's workshop had steadily developed technology under the full support of the Mac Guild, and when they were given the strongest materials of the dark blue-grade monsters, the eight-tailed fox, and the dragon, the items were in a transition period. Items that were comparable to first-grade relics were born. Everyone, stand by. The ultimate accomplishment was done by a group of hunters who grew up and fought with monsters for a year under the name of the Mac Guild. The Mac Guild. The group created by Kim Tae-hoon was not just a group of awakeners who killed monsters. Kim Tae-hoon had always encouraged members of the Mac Guild to compete. After a fierce competition, he paid more for those who won the race, and he treated the outstanding as they deserved. Now the survivors of the process had been given items made from the dragon and the eight-tailed fox. It was no exaggeration to say that a beautiful picture of the dragon has been completed at this point. Dragon Knights, remove the monsters in front. At this moment, Kim Tae-hoon was directing a powerful group from the sky. Remove the monsters in front. At the sound in their heads, 12 hunters who have been given the new name Dragon Knights, and who had been waiting, finally made their appearance. KKRR. Those who showed up faced a horde of orcs that filled the vast plains. They numbered at least 1,000. Furthermore, the orcs were of many different kinds, from hairy orcs like snowmen, to the ones with black skin, the ones with red skin, to the ones with white skin. The color of their eyes was also varied. The number of orange eyes that appeared between the red eyes was not small. There were so many monsters with yellow eyes that they could not be counted with one hand. They were legion. They were so many powerful groups that it seemed to be difficult for only a dozen people to make an attempt to fight. Even the men who appeared had no firearms, the powerful weapons of human beings. Spears, swords, and shields were all of their weapons. Kuyo-io. Of course, the orcs cried with joy at the appearance of the small group. It was only natural since food has appeared before them all of a sudden. Qua. Even more, those greedy for hot human flesh and blood rushed at the Dragon Knights without paying attention to the commands of their leaders. The battle was launched immediately, but it didn't last long. The moment the battle started, it became a one-sided massacre, not a battle anymore. The spears and swords of the Dragon Knights cut the orcs like cutting water. Sheik. A single stroke split the body of an orc in half, and a single stab of a spear opened up a huge hole in another's chest. Bang! Even the bodies of the orcs did not hold out against one simple punch. With one punch, an orc's chest was crushed like a can of crushed soda, and the crushed body flew several meters and knocked down other orcs like bowling pins. Front, a Bigfoot orc approaches. 3 people, take care of it. The vigor did not stop in front of the Bigfoot orc, one of the leaders of the orc army. Krung, Krung. As the command echoed in their heads, the 3 Dragon Knights charged the Bigfoot orc, who was running at them, leaving huge footprints with a bizarre cry. One of the 3 sprinters blocked the front of the Bigfoot orc, and the other 2 slid past it and took their positions. Triangle formation. Get rid of it as soon as possible. The rest of the members, clean up the surroundings so others do not interfere in the killing of the Bigfoot orc. They were simple, but with a simple but powerful formation, they immediately began the battle. The battle was also fast and sharp. Krung, Krung. One of them caught the Bigfoot orc's attention while the other 2 swung their swords at the Bigfoot orc. Sheik. The sharp sword left a wound deep enough for all the fingers to go in on the thigh of the Bigfoot orc. As soon as the Bigfoot orc changed its target to get its revenge, the other 2 moved freely. Sheik. Sheik. After the swords crossed several times with the eerie sound of the wind, the Bigfoot orc knelt on the ground. Thump. Krung. It was not because of lack of strength, the loss of power, or the severe bleeding. The reason for its kneeling was that it had been hamstrung and had no way to stand anymore. It was evidence that the Bigfoot orc's resilience could not keep up with the cumulative speed of the wound. Krung. Krung. The Bigfoot orc, who would never have kneeled like this, was embarrassed. During its embarrassment, the eerie blades moved toward the Bigfoot orc's neck, where the swords could now reach without leaping. Its neck was cut, and its blood was spraying like a fountain. Kyo. In front of this scene, the orcs no longer bore the same gruesome vigor as before. Fear began to spread through the orc army. The fear slowed the orcs' footsteps. Kyo, Kyo Eo. The orcs, who knew nothing but the rush of combat, began to run away with a terrified scream. Oh, my God! What the hell? The faces of the ambassadors of Korea, who were looking at the scene from a distance away, were filled with surprise and embarrassment. It was a natural result. How the hell did this happen? What has happened in Korea in the meantime? After barely saving themselves from monsters, the ambassadors to Korea have been busy surviving rather than fighting monsters. To them, the monsters who were escaping from humans was shocking. Furthermore, the sight was also shocking to many soldiers and hunters who participated in this battle. Is it the effect of the items made from the dragon and the eight-tailed fox? Those items have surpassed the relics. The combat capability that the dragon knights showed, and the power of the items which were the basis of their combat ability, were so great. Not bad. Only one person, Kim Tae-hoon, was simply satisfied with the sight beneath him. With that power, they can hunt a blue-grade monster. Kim's eyes turned to the back of his right hand. ============================================================================================================================〛 Health, 1012. Special abilities. Energy, A+ rank. Mana, A+ rank. Telekinesis, S rank. Defense, A+ rank. Mana resistance, A+ rank. Achieved abilities. Telepathy, grade 4. The power of the queen wolf ant allows telepathic communication to the object. The higher the telekinesis rank, the wider the range and effectiveness of telepathy. However, telepathy does not reach them if the object rejects it. The power of the queen wolf ant is satisfactory. Telepathy. Kim liked the ability gained through the crystal of the queen wolf ant. In fact, what he wanted to confirm in this battle was not the combat power of the dragon knights, but the power of the queen wolf ant. It was not difficult for him to measure the dragon knight's ability even if it was not a real battle, but telepathy was the ability he used for the first time. With this much, there is no shortfall in the hunting of the blue Qilin. The scope and effect of the telepathy that had been tested in the real battle were very impressive. In an era when wireless communication was still impossible, the effect of telepathy was endless in a battlefield where life and death came and went in seconds. We are ready. The place where Kim Tae-hoon's gaze was headed was the place where the ambassadors to Korea had gathered. It was a long distance to naked eyes, but Kim Tae-hoon's eyes, which began to change like a camera, were able to clearly grasp the movements of the ambassadors to Korea. It was not just that he could see it. He had the hearing of a bell-tailed rat. Thanks to that, he could hear. What do you think? We have not been able to get in touch with our homeland, and we are not even sure what the situation is. I believe that we will not lose anything, accepting the proposal from Korea. What was the contract about? In fact, it's similar to being a subject country, and we just avoid being a colony. At other times, it would be ridiculous, but it's better to be a subject country than to be ruled by monsters. We could change the deal later, right? We'd better accept the offer first. No, we have to negotiate before the rest of the country, and the later our order is, the less we will have. He could hear the sounds of the ambassadors to Korea who, after waking up from their shock, were knocking on their calculators. Their reaction is as expected. The position of ambassador to Korea was not just a seat where any diplomat could sit down. It was a seat where they faced North Korea, which they had never missed when discussing international affairs in the era before the monsters appeared. It was also a seat where diplomats of the world's great powers came together. Having excellent ability and experience was the basics of basics. A close relationship with the top man of power was also essential. Would it be all right to send someone who is not close to him to call him on his personal cell phone if necessary when he sends an ambassador to Korea? Their ambition is starting to burn. Crucially, they must be ambitious. Basically, the position of ambassador to Korea was a busy and difficult seat. If North Korea shot off a missile, they should not even think about sleeping properly for a few days. It did not mean that they were getting more money than other diplomats because they are busy and working hard, and they did not get honorable rewards like a soldier did through distinguished military service. Ambition. There was no reason to sit in the position of ambassador to Korea unless they had a strong ambition to climb to a higher seat, based on the backgrounds of previous ambassadors to Korea. And not just diplomat could sit down in the position. There was no way to allow anyone else to sit in a position where a person with close ties, very good ability, career, and ambition, wanted to sit. What did the suggestion of the Mac Guild and the ability Kim Tae-hoon showed them mean? The obvious thing is that there was no advantage to not acting. It was not the end that Kim Tae-hoon wanted to show. When I am done here, they'll weigh their options. Rather, what he had shown now was an appetizer. Kim Tae-hoon, as he has already said, would hunt the blue Chilin in front of them. He would show them in the hunt that one person, one individual, had killed by himself the 8-tailed fox that Japan had attacked with the bait of more than 100 tanks and armored cars and failed to hold on to. So, he would clearly imprint who they should hold hands with for their ambition. Between the 6 snakes and the Mac Guild, I'll make them not have to worry about which one is better. Kim Tae-hoon, who had the will, turned his head. He could definitely see the slopes of Mtbaekdu. A week later, on December 30th, the hunting of the blue Chilin began. Moscow. The picture drawn in the minds of those who think of this place, the capital of Russia, is always the same, the Kremlin situated inside Red Square, and St. Basil's Cathedral. And now, at the end of 2017, Red Square was still in a good shape. 2 men were talking there. I am sorry I didn't get good results. The man who spoke was a big man in a thick fur coat. He was also an impressive man with white skin, an angular face, and a mustache that reminded them of the waves. My offer is always valid. It was Mao who stood in front of the man. He seemed to have not changed much, as he had traveled a long way along the Siberian Railway, which was now just a guide. But his position was different. Okay, goodbye, take a good rest and leave. The Russian turned his back on him as soon as he spoke. Mao smiled lightly at the fact. A man approached Mao and said, his attitude is so different. I think that he was the one who was sending you the Okjo to ask for Mr. Mao's opinion a month ago. The expression of Major Chin Shan who spoke the words showed a sense of discomfort and anger. But Mao did not release his smile even at the words. It is natural. Isn't it ungrateful? Ungrateful. There was no word more suitable for the present situation than that. The man who had rebuked Mao a while ago was a man who would have died as a disposable item in the battle with the monsters after the monsters appeared, if it had not been Mao's help. Mao was a lifesaver to him, and even now most of those who had real power in Russia could enjoy what they now enjoyed with the help of the 6 snakes. But now it was different. As soon as the 6 snakes lost their main base in Taiwan and became wanderers, those who were supported by the 6 snakes changed their attitude. It was clear that they must seem ungrateful. Mao didn't want to deny it either. It's natural because humans are naturally ungrateful. That's. And we were the ones who left only the ungrateful in the Russian regime, weren't we? At that question, Major Chin Shan remembered what the 6 snakes had done. The 6 snakes helped those who held hands with them gain power. After that, they removed the elements that could threaten their power. In particular, those who claimed freedom and rights, and those who considered justice more important than injustice, had been removed completely. They were the most disturbed at the new order that the 6 snakes wanted to make. Of course, where the 6 snakes touched, only those who chose injustice rather than justice, and those who could treat the freedom and rights of others like garbage for their own benefit, remained. Only one place, Korea, was different. Yes, we were. Major Chin Shan, who knew all the process, could no longer refute Mao's words. Mao did not worry deeply about his situation. Then what are we going to do? Most of all, Mao had fully expected this situation. There's nothing you can do. Yes. He had already prepared himself, as he had expected. Sergei is already moving. Oh. Sergei. At that name, Major Chin Shan was able to see immediately that Mao had already taken action. That was why Mao didn't lose his smile. I hope he likes Vasvi Shakti. He'd be happy with the divine spear. And if he held the divine spear? Russia was now powerful. Under the support of the Six Snakes, they knew how to deal with monsters, had strong military power, and had powerful relics from a long history. So, Russia no longer felt sorry for Mao and the Six Snakes. Then what was needed to make them feel sorry for? Yes, it will be a disaster for Russia. The answer was clear. That was why Mao was in Moscow now. The night before hunting is a night that cannot help but be covered in tension and nervousness in many ways. If the opponent is a dark blue-grade monster, the blue Qilin, and if it is a monster of monsters, it wasn't necessary to say anything. The night sky looks so pretty. But the night before such a blue Qilin hunting was so beautiful that they could not spend the night trembling with taut nerves. I didn't really expect that the day when I saw the moon and the stars above Baekdu to come this way. The night sky, which they could see on the background of empty Baekdu, was so beautiful. Didn't you agree, boss? Of course, the biggest reason he was able to appreciate the night sky without being caught up in the anxiety was because of the existence of Kim Tae-hoon, not anyone else. Kim Tae-hoon slurped his coffee and looked up at the top of empty Baekdu. He pondered it silently. Jang Sung-hoon spoke to Kim, "You can use telepathy now, and you can talk to me even if you drink coffee." At the words of Jang, Kim still did not answer. Instead, he smiled faintly. Then, one of the uninvited guests appeared. Jang Sung-hoon turned his head. "There's a guest here." It was Kate who had shown up. Too, at that time, Kim's voice was heard in Jang's head, and Jang looked around. He saw a woman approaching between the background of a large base camp around them. It was a woman who marked her presence more clearly than anyone else, with a wound on her nose. It was Maria. Maria and Kate, both of them walked toward Kim and Jang as if they had made a promise. Jang shrugged at the sight. "Boss, it's not a bother, is it? It doesn't matter if you have a love affair with a woman or two at the same time. But if you choose one, don't cut the other off. Just tell me. Isn't that your right-hand man's job? You have to tell me beforehand, and I'll go to the woman and said, 'Please, break up with my boss.'" Of course, Kim ignored Jang's words. Kate and Maria stood near them, glancing at one another. "Who is it?" "Kate Kennedy." Kate wondered at Maria, and Maria quickly understood her identity. The personal information of the U.S. ambassador to Korea was something that any elite of Russian special forces should be aware of. While the two women were nervous about each other for different reasons, Kim Tae-hoon said, "You, make it clear whether you're here as a representative, or as an individual." Maria and Kate looked at each other at the words. "As an individual. As an individual." At the same time, they said the same words. Naturally, a strange air began to flow between them. In the air, Jang made a gesture to get up from his seat quietly. Of course, Kim looked at Jang. Then, Jang said carefully, "I'm going to get some popcorn, and I think it will be more fun than tomorrow's blue Qilin hunting." Of course, such a thing, which Jang would get up and bring some popcorn, did not happen. At Kim Tae-hoon's scary eyes, he sat down on the ground again with his hands lightly lifted. The full-scale conversation began after Jang sat down again. "Just get straight to the point, Kate first. Who is she?" Kim answered briefly to Kate's question, which was really clear and short. "It's Maria from Russia." "What's your relationship? Is that important?" If a Russian is in love with you, then America has to make different judgments in many ways. Jang Sung-hoon, who understood Kate's words, said as if he had waited for it, wow, now is the day when the nationality of the boss's wife changes the world situation. I envy you because I can't marry anyone over 40. While Kate's face hardened at Jang's complaint, Kim turned his attention to Maria. Then he nodded his chin lightly. It meant she should speak now. I'll make one thing clear, I don't have that relationship with Kim Tae-hoon, and the reason I'm here as an individual is that I've got to give you a few things to tell you. Tell me briefly. The current Russian government's power has been restructured, and in the course of the reorganization, the Russian government has suspended all ambassadors abroad. The Russian ambassador here, in other words, cannot represent Russia at this time. What's the point? I'm the closest one to the Russian representative right now, and I'm here to be recognized. I recognize it. Kim Tae-hoon, who answered immediately, turned his head back to Kate. Is that all you had to ask? Kate was embarrassed by the look. She was not here for a reason, to be honest. She just wanted to see Kim's face after a long time, and this was the only time she could do. In such a situation, her mind couldn't be completely clear because she said something strange even to her mind. So, she asked vaguely, rather, where is Bang Hyun-wook? What about Lieutenant Kim Soo-ji? Aren't they participating this time? The answer to the vague speaking came from Jang's mouth. A closer doesn't play from the start. He'll be here when he has to finish the game. With those words, Jang rose from his seat. I'd rather you two move to the assigned area, because if both parties of the United States and Russia are here, you'll have trouble. This is like a campsite, but you're not here to camp. There was no more playfulness in Jang's eyes. I won't explain anymore, but I'll tell you what I want to say after the hunt. Instead, there was a firm will and charisma that no one could easily reject. Go back. Kate and Maria had to back off. Jang Sung-hoon, who spoke the words, was one of the most powerful men in Korea, and now he was a man who had no desire to discuss the world situation. When the two turned their footsteps around, Jang erased his serious eyes and said, "Boss, you're really sucking nectar with telepathy." The beautiful night passed like that, and the sun rose. 4. Mt. Baekdu. It was unquestionable that this mountain, like the soul mountain of the Korean people, was beautiful. And on December 30th, the last day of the year, Baekdu Mountain's Heaven Lake was frozen white and showed that it was the coldest place on the Korean peninsula. A deer was walking through the frozen Heaven Lake of Mt. Baekdu. It was a giant deer with a big body that reminded them of an elephant. But the huge size was colorless in front of the deer's appearance. The deer was so unusual. The head that reminded them of an oriental dragon had two horns that seemed to be a deer's, and its body was covered with the scales of a strong dragon, not a fuzzy fur. It could not be compared with anything, and it could not be confused with something else. Because of that, it was so easy to gauge its identity. Chilin. The existence, which could only be seen in legends and myths, now existed before them as a real being. Of course, the Chilin in front of them was not the same kind of bird of good luck that appeared in mythology or legend. Rather, it was a monster that had appeared to bring humanity to despair and an end. A man appeared before the monster. Who? The man with a long breath was also wearing a unique outfit. The man's clothes were not a hiker's. He was dressed in a white animal fur coat over a suit made of the black-red hide of the dragon. The 5 swords which were hovering around the man like satellites orbiting a planet, clearly showed why the man had come here. He was here to wield a sword. The man openly revealed his intention to paint the frozen Heaven Lake of Baekdu Mountain with the blood of the blue Chilin. The blatant hostility was not ignored by the blue Chilin. Chi! With a strange cry, the blue Chilin turned to the man. That meant that the presence of the man was strong enough to be defined as an enemy to the blue Chilin. Of course, there was no need for greetings. The battle began immediately. Sheik. The first movement was made by a sword made of gold, the Dragon Light Sword. As soon as the sun was shining, the powerful weapon that even cut off dragon's skin ran over the frozen lake. With nothing to hide the sun from the sky and the heaven lake of baked mountain, the stage was set for the dragon light sword. The blue Qilin also moved at the movement of the dragon light sword. The clatter of hoofs. The horseshoe-like feet began pounding on the frozen heaven lake constantly. The knocking was eerie. Daejudak. Daejudak. The sound of footsteps of the blue Qilin with the elephant-sized body, which was likely to reach tens of tons, was low. Nevertheless, its movement was fast and rough. Daejudak. In one leap, it moved dozens of meters like flying, and its 4 feet created a dynamic movement without a break, as if watching a pair of tap dancers. With that dynamic movement, it avoided the dragon light sword that was flying constantly aiming for it. Even as it avoided it, it began to narrow the distance to Kim Tae-hoon. Of course, Kim also moved. He put his body on the frozen heaven lake of baked mountain and started a running fight where he was chased and he chased. During the chase, Kim moved 2 more swords toward the blue Qilin. The sword of the Imperator, and the Anamaru Kunitsuna. The named sword, which was excluded from the national treasures because it was owned by the Japanese emperor, and the sword who Kim Tae-hoon first used, moved toward the blue Qilin, flashing ruthless blades more than simply sharp. 3 swords began to perform acrobatics, leaving no gaps, and avoiding what could not be even imagined. Swish, swish. In front of the acrobatics created by the 3 swords, the blue Qilin avoided the dancing blades with amazing grace. Even its dark blue eyes were staring at Kim, not the blades moving toward it in this situation. The blue Qilin looked so relaxed. On the other hand, Kim's eyes were not focused on the blue Qilin. His eyes were watching some golden objects that were scattered on the ground. Golden web. Kim was moving and waiting for the blue Qilin to step on the golden web that he had scattered around. As soon as the blue Qilin stepped on the golden web, it became a mine that caught the ankle of the blue Qilin. Chihik. Of course, it was only a moment that it caught its ankle. Even the expression, catch, was almost meaningless. But it was enough. Sheik. The small gap was enough for the flying swords to taste the blood of the blue Qilin that they had anticipated so much. At the same time, the wound was enough to pull out the instincts of the blue Qilin who had been playing around so far. Pazik. As soon as the dragon light sword made a finger-deep wound on the back of the blue Qilin, sparks began to splash between its 2 horns. The blue lightning. The blue lightning gave an extraordinary presence to the Qilin. Pazijik. Now it began to increase its size enormously and emit an overwhelming presence. The blue lightning, which rose like a bamboo, spewed intense thunderbolts around the blue Qilin. The shape of the lightning arcs looked like a net. In fact, it was a net. Pazik. Pazik. In the net made of the blue lightning, the 3 swords were caught repeatedly flying like acrobatics. They can't move. The power of the net was powerful enough to ignore even the power of Kim Tae-hoon, who had reached the S rank of telekinesis now. Approaching is dangerous. But Kim was not embarrassed by the fact. But it doesn't seem easy to move around using that technique. Instead of embarrassment, he calmly analyzed the situation and came up with a response to the situation he had analyzed. Kim opened his palms and the haze began to rise over his palm. The rising haze became a sphere the size of a human body, taking its place like a snake coiling itself. It was the power of 8-tailed fox, the telekinetic beads. The telekinetic beads appeared and began to freeze, the eerie ice thorns materializing around the hard, solidly frozen beads. Ice thorn armor. Of course, there was a power of anger soaring in it. Kim threw the telekinetic beads into the net of the blue lightning created by the blue Qilin. Pazik. The net of the blue lightning also caught the telekinetic beads, but that was all. There was no way to stop the countdown that had already begun. The short countdown started, and the moment the countdown ended, the telekinetic beads exploded and blew the ice thorns all over the place. At the same time, the powerful explosion caused cracks in the frozen heaven lake of Baekdu Mountain. It was like a volcano bursting out. Du-woo-woong. A sad bell began to ring at the scene. After a long journey, the bell of King Songdik began to cry out in the heaven lake of Baekdu Mountain. It was not the end of revealing new presences. The golden altar of the Konjakido that came from Japan began to shake the senses of the blue Qilin by spreading its own sacred power. Kai! Kai! While the blue Qilin, who was wounded and enduring the bell of King Songdik and the golden altar, was crying frantically, Kim Tae-hoon, who had disappeared with the explosion, began to fall from the sky. Kim Tae-hoon, who was falling, held the seven-branched sword with his hands covered with scales of a dragon. The power of a draconian. Kim's fall, led by an unimaginable power, the power of a draconian in the powerful relic seven-branched sword, struck like a thunderstrike on the body of the blue Qilin through the net of the blue lightning it had created. Puoke. The seven-branched sword was deeply embedded in the body of the blue Qilin. Chi 3. The blue Qilin's mouth opened and screamed at the power of the seven-branched sword that was stuck in its body. Kwa. Kim Tae-hoon also screamed while pushing the seven-branched sword deeper into the body of the blue Qilin. Iyuraya cha-cha. As soon as the scream was over, powerful cheers began to come into the heaven lake of Baekdu. Everyone, charge! The Dragon Knights. They had already showed up on Baekdu, proving their strength. The difference was that there were 13 people, not 12. I'm here, big brother. One of them, who called himself an ace of the Mac Guild, was Bang Hyun-wook. At the fact, a smile rose the lips of Kim Tae-hoon, who was enduring the pain of the lightning striking him on the body of the blue Qilin. It's been a long time. Kim Tae-hoon did not think of himself as perfect. In particular, there was no perfection in battle. Therefore, after the battle was over, it is always necessary to reflect, and through reflection, he could realize the lack and find a way to fill the shortcomings. The same was true of the battle with the dragon. In the bloody battle with the dragon, Kim Tae-hoon had reflected on many parts, and at the same time, he took better measures. The answer which he came up with was simple: use bait. Anyone was fine. If someone became a bait and drew the monster's attention for a second, it would be a chance for Kim Tae-hoon. Bucheon High School's fifth batter is here. Come on. In that sense, Bang Hyun-wook, who appeared in an improved dragon armor with perfect armament, was a bait close to perfection. It was not simply because his abilities were excellent, and his relics and items were powerful. Bang grew up differently from the hunters of the Mac Guild. Other hunters tried to become hunters like Kim Tae-hoon, but they were not him. He wanted to be strong, but he wanted to help Kim Tae-hoon, rather than resemble Kim. It was like that from the beginning. He always acted as bait for Kim and faithfully performed his role. And so did Kim Tae-hoon. When he faced the unexplained disaster of the Black Orc, and when he tried to kill it, who filled the gap and made an opportunity? Bang Hyun-wook made it. That was the beginning. Bang had lived thanks to Kim, and Kim had also survived with the help of Bang. Of course, they knew each other well. They did not have to talk to each other about how they would move and how they would want the opponent to move. The teamwork, which had been created by risking each other's lives, would not lose its light in the separation of a few months. Yipe. It's hurt. *T, it's really hurt. Bang had avoided and withstood the blue lightning that the blue Qilin was now blatantly pouring out, and he had gained time from the blue Qilin. You son of a b*tch. I am going to hit you. Furthermore, he drove the specially made bone lance, the dragon lance made from the dragon's bones, not anything else, into the body of the blue Qilin, and drew out its anger. Yes. I'm the best at throwing. I am Randy Johnson of Bucheon. Kai. While the blue Qilin was so angry with Bang, Kim was willing to take advantage of the opportunity. Bang Hyun-wook, you are the best at provoking monsters. Kim Tae-hoon, who held the dragon light sword in the draconian state, slipped under the body of the blue Cheelin and created a big wound along its belly. At the same time, his eyes could feel the throbbing under the belly skin. Here is the heart. The moment he grasped the heart, he delivered his words by telepathy. Bang Hyun-wook, draw its attention once more. Yes, brother, I'll do what you ordered. Bang Hyun-wook inflated his chest. Fu-hoo-hoo. He turned quickly to the blue Cheelin who was chasing him, and he poured out an intense flame. He released the ability of the flame-spewing wolf crocodile he had gained by his own strength. Of course, it was impossible to draw the attention of the blue Cheelin with just the flames. The flames could only interfere with its gaze for a moment, but that was just what Bang wanted. As soon as the blue Cheelin came out of the flames, Bang threw the belltail of the bell-tailed rat as if throwing a stone. The belltail flew toward the head of the blue Cheelin. Clank! The belltail of the bell-tailed rat knocked on the head of the blue Cheelin and made a clean sound. It was a more wonderful and magnificent sound than du-woo-woong, the sound of the bell of King Songdeek, which resonated repeatedly. With that sound, the blue Cheelin looked at Bang with an eerie eye. It was not just an angry look. Sorry. It was annoyed anger, very damned anger that someone felt when he was suddenly hit on the back of his head in class. Of course, at that moment, the dark blue eyes of the blue Cheelin were all on Bang. Kai! Kai! The blue Cheelin ignored the dragon lances that the dragon knights threw at it, and it rushed to kill Bang. I'm sorry. Bang started to escape with a cry for forgiveness from the blue Cheelin. A flash of light that seemed to cut him Baekdu in two finished the funny chase that started like that. 6. Colonel Lim Hyun-jun was staring silently at the river flowing in front of him. The river was quite large. That was all. The river was not especially clear, nor did it have a beautiful landscape around it. Colonel Lim lowered himself in front of such an ordinary river, and after putting one knee on the ground, he opened the lid of the canteen in his hand and put the waters of the flowing river into the canteen. Soon he, who had filled the canteen with water, looked up at the sky. On December 31st, the monsters appeared. In exactly 1 year, I am drinking the water of the Yalu River. Colonel Lim, who dropped his head again, looked at the Yalu River. Now I can put the words, a soldier who drank the water of the Yalu River, in the slogan of the 8th Mechanized Infantry Division. In the mind of Colonel Lim, the slogan of the 6th Infantry Division came to mind. The 6th Infantry Division, which was the first of the Korean Army in the UN forces to advance to the Yalu River during the time of the Korean War and the first to put the Yalu River waters in their canteen, always regarded it as an honor, boast, and pride. And now the unit led by Colonel Lim would be the new protagonist of the slogan. Hoo-oh-oh. Colonel Lim gave a long sigh at the fact. When the long sigh was over, he saw a man walking toward him. Kim Tae-hoon. His expression, which had been writing a legend that no one could believe for a year after the monster appeared, was not so good. It was an uncharacteristic expression for the hunter that had killed the last dark blue monster, the blue Cheelin, left in the territory of the Republic of Korea. Of course, Colonel Lim was nervous. What happened? You look bad. Kim Tae-hoon answered the question with a cool reply. Bang Hyun-wook is drunk and is making some trouble. Colonel Lim immediately remembered. At the end of the hunting, the moment when Kim's kusanagi pierced the heart of the blue Cheelin, Bang suddenly started to dance on the spot when it fell. It was an expression of his own joy. And it was also an expression that he could do anything. The ambassadors to Korea were shocked in a different way. The problem was that this blue Cheelin hunt was not just a hunt, but a hunt in front of the ambassadors to Korea. In the minds of the ambassadors to Korea, only Bang Hyun-wook, who danced in front of the body of the blue Cheelin, was left. After that, Bang had drunk a lot during the entertainment after the ceremony. It seemed that Bang lost control of himself against Kim in such heavy drinking. Bang Hyun-wook is an adult, so he can be drunk, can't he? A child or an adult should not be drunk, and they should not lose control of themselves. Colonel Lim burst out laughing at the reply. But it is great, and there will be only Bang Hyun-wook who loses control of himself in the heavy drinking against you in the Republic of Korea. And there are few people who you will let drink like that. At that, Kim Tae-hoon did not answer. He looked at the Yalu River silently. Colonel Lim no longer talked about Bang. The story about Bang was definitely pleasant and entertaining, but the reality that they had to face from now on was neither pleasant nor entertaining. We're going to build a new front line around the Yalu River. It won't be easy. Pyongyang was close to Seoul, and there was a lot of firepower near the military demarcation line, but this is the northernmost part of the Korean peninsula. Moreover, it's January tomorrow, and the winter in the north is harsh. The final defense line must now be extended to the Yalu River. It would not be easy. A lot of people would be sacrificed, and more would be sacrificed after expanding the final defense line. It will be a hard winter in many ways. From now on, the monsters in China, Russia, and their vast territories would come to the Korean peninsula for food. Frankly, Colonel Lim could not even gauge the future he would face from now on. I didn't know I would come here, but I can't imagine what the future will look like from now on. How did the negotiations go with the ambassadors to Korea? Colonel Lim could not imagine what the future Kim was painting would be like. You'll have to ask the guy who's coming. Boss. Boss. Then he heard a voice calling Kim Tae-hoon from a long distance. He did not even have to worry about who was the main character of the voice. Why? Why did you just run away? Jang Sung-hoon was walking toward the place where Kim Tae-hoon and Colonel Lim Hyun-jun were. Jang's expression was very similar to the expression Kim had made a while ago. Hyun-wook is throwing up now. At the end of Jang's words, Colonel Lim laughed again. I'll leave you alone. At the end of the sentence, Colonel Lim stepped down with his canteen, and Jang came over to Kim. Boss, do something about Hyun-wook. He drank and became a dog. At the appearance of Jang, who was angry straight away, Kim replied with his eyes, what can I do? No, you have raised him wrong, so you have to take responsibility. Kim did not even respond to the answer, as if it was not worthy of dealing with. However, Jang did not stop. When you drink with him at least, the situation will be going well. Since you have raised him wrong, you have to drink as punishment. With that, Jang slowly pulled something out of his arms. The golden glass was showing a red liquid within. You'll have your first dream of the new year. Kim received the glass from Jang, and stood silent for a while. He had to dream of his own death as his first dream of the new year. It was desperate beyond unpleasant, but it did not silence him. Rather, he was neither offended or discouraged at the moment. The silence was only due to worry. As he worried, he looked at the back of his right hand. Achieved abilities. The blue lightning, grade 2. The power of the blue Qilin consumes energy and mana to produce the blue lightning. I have acquired 3 abilities of dark blue grade monsters. With the ability of the blue Qilin, Kim has now acquired 3 second grade abilities. Already, it has exceeded the power that human beings could tolerate. To be honest, he could not easily imagine himself dying of something other than the curse. On the other hand, Kim had to imagine it. If he was the head of the 6 snakes, what would he do to kill a monster named Kim Tae-hoon? Boss, if you're scared, will I drink it? Jang, who was looking at the worry from the side, carefully asked a question. At Jang's question, Kim broke the silence. No. Jang resisted the resolute word of Kim. What? Why? I drank it the other day and got some pretty good information. Why not? You'll find out why you didn't get married, not why I died. Oh, don't make me laugh. I'm getting married, definitely. No, do you think I'm not capable? If I make a public proposal now, applicants will be lined up from the Yalu River to the Han River. I'm not kidding. I'm going to marry over 100 times. Kim smiled lightly when Jang huffed irritably. With that smile, He remembered today of a year ago, looking at Napoleon's golden glass, December 31st, 2016, that day at a large mart when he did not even have time to dream. So, this will be the first dream of the new year, after the monsters appeared. On December 31st, 2017, Kim Tae-hoon was still alive. It was a warm sunny winter in Hawaii. A man was walking slowly toward a container which was arranged under the sun. The man's appearance was unusual. Wearing two swords on his back, carrying a bag over two swords, waving his shaggy black hair and carrying a dragon-shaped flute in his right hand, his shape was not suitable for the warm sunshine in Hawaii. The man's steps did not stop. The man continued to walk towards the container, and as the man approached, the door of the container opened by itself. That was all. There was nobody in the container. It was mysterious. The man, however, did not seem to be surprised at all, and he walked into the container. When he came into the container, the first thing he saw was a map filling the walls of the container. A map of the world. The wide unfolded map was filled with various X character markings, and not in monochrome. There were three colors, blue, dark blue, and purple. Most were blue, followed by dark blue, and the least numerous were purple. The number of purples was only 5, compared to the blue filling the map as if they were coloring it: Russia, Central Asia, Europe, Africa, and North America. And at this moment, a purple pen moved on its own, drawing a 6th X marking in Latin America. It's over. The man who was watching it spoke slowly, the long war is over. Mankind has won, and I have survived. Only then did the man speaking move on to the table inside the container. On the table were the tools needed to make coffee. The man began to use it to bring coffee down slowly, as if to savor the process itself. Then, when the coffee began to steam in the mug, the man continued to say his paused words after a sip of the coffee. I was the only one who survived. The man who spoke the words had a bitter look. It's not strange. It was a long war and a hard one. Many people died, and I was able to win because of their deaths. The man who had coffee again continued his story on the stage without one listener. Even if I regret it, it's a thing to chew on after the war. That's the situation now. The war is over. I have killed the last purple monster, and there are no monsters to threaten the world. He said again, the only thing left to me who have survived is to chew on my regrets. That's what this is about. The man who had been drinking coffee instead of saliva as if his mouth was dry continued to say, if I had prevented the 6 snakes who destroyed Russia with nuclear explosions, it might have been easier to hunt Chernobog, and if I had found Bogatry's great sword hidden in Lenin's tomb a little earlier, I might have prevented Chernobog from coming down to Europe and making an end to the Vatican's history. The man who swallowed the coffee again and immediately gave a long sigh. Hyun-wook would not have died to protect the Vatican. The man began to recall, and with that recollection, he carefully rubbed his temples. After all, the fall of the Vatican eventually brought Fafnir in its wake, and Europe became hell. There were countless victims in the hell equal to World War to find the Balmus, and in the meantime, killing Chernobog and gaining the ability of immortality was good luck. The man looked at the back of his right hand with the words. But in the end, the 6 snakes acquired the Balmus, and the sacrifices were repeated to kill Fafnir. The man who was recalling stopped again and took more coffee. It was so clear, and in front of the memory, the man had been silent for a while with coffee. Then the man said, Mao Spencer, if I had made a deal with him, if I had obtained the Mayan calendar from him, if I had prevented Quetzalcoatl from waking up, the war would have ended earlier, and sacrifices would have been less. Then the man gave out a bloody tone, like a beast growling. If I had done so, Sung-hoon would not have died. The man finished his speech and put the empty coffee cup on the table. Instead of a coffee cup, he held the dragon-like flute in his hand. I have won the war, but only regrets remain. Fortunately, now is the time when I don't need to be, and there's only one way to reverse regret in this situation. The man looked at the flute with his black eyes. == Manpazikjiak. Relic grade, grade 1. Relic value, legend. Relic effect, any anxiety and worry can be silenced. == The only way is to undo the immortality that has been given to me. With those words, the man injected mana into the Manpazikjiak, and it began to emit a bluish light. The light enveloped the man. In the light, the man said softly, "My story is that far." 2. January 1, 2018, the first day of the new year, which Kim Tae-hoon looked at, was not warm. It was not because the place to see the sun was the northernmost part of the Korean peninsula, where Baekdu Mountain and Yalu River could be seen at the same time. Nor was it because he spent hours watching the dawn before the sun rose, nor the coldness of the coffee that Kim Tae-hoon held in his hand. That was terrible. Making the first year of the new year so cold was Kim's dream, which he had lived through before the dawn. That was the most terrible death ever. The Kim Tae-hoon of the future was dead. No one, nothing, but he killed himself. King Hell. It was literally suicide. It was a noble thing in a way. There were not many greater things than giving up on himself for something. But it was not so for Kim Tae-hoon. Suicide. So far, what made Kim Tae-hoon move was his will to survive. It was an undeniable fact, and he did not want to deny it. His obsession with survival had made the present Kim Tae-hoon. If it had not been for that will, he would not have struggled so hard to survive. For him, suicide was not just death. I'd rather be grateful for the deaths I've been through. It was the most terrible, tragic death he could face. It was denial and disgrace to everything he had done so far. Therefore, in front of the first dream of the new year, Kim could not easily organize his mind. Even coffee did not give him a clear picture. In the end, he had to admit that the reality he faced now was not that he could understand and solve. There was the only thing that could be obtained by dreaming of this death, anger. I cannot tolerate such a death. Only the intense anger about the future him who died in that way remained to Kim Tae-hoon now. Never. On January 1, 2018, Kim made a New Year's resolution: if I go this way, I will someday gain the history of victory, but I will deny it. 3. Boss. On the first day of the new year, Jang Sung-hoon raised his voice on the day when he gave a pleasant New Year's greetings and smiled in front of the big New Year's gift money. What do you mean, going to Russia? The reason for his high voice was due to a word from Kim Tae-hoon. By the time the morning sun was just rising, Kim said briefly, "I'm going straight to Moscow." Of course, it was foreseen. Now Kim had 3 curses: dragon, 8-tailed fox, and blue qilin. The strong power made him a terrible monster, but at the same time it demanded a huge price from him, and what could free him from the curse was eating the crystal of Chernobog, the immortal wolf who occupied Russia. Of course, it's not strange to go to Russia, but Jang Sung-hoon was not just anyone. Kim had experienced his death and said what would happen. It was natural that Kim Tae-hoon's next destination would be Russia. So just because you are going there right now does not mean that there is a solution, right? The problem was that Kim said that he would start his trip to Moscow right away, using the Siberian Railway as a guide without any preparation, without any new operations or new orders. At this moment, on January 1, Kim said he would go to Russia. We need to plan and prepare properly. In the situation where the ability of immortality became the key to judge the life and death of Kim Tae-hoon, the attack on Russia could not proceed carelessly. That was why Jang Sung-hoon worked with the ambassadors to Korea, even with the show. The ability of immortality could not be extorted by simply ignorant force, but it was something that could be obtained after steady preparation. It was clear that it would not be better to run into Russia with a naked body, and without a proper understanding of the situation. Moreover, it's purple. Crucially, Chernobog was a purple-grade monster, as it was now known. Kim Tae-hoon was a monster. However, he had never fought a monster of the purple grade. It was the same in the dream of Napoleon's golden glass, and he had never experienced dealing with the purple grade or even faced it, not even in the dream. In other words, no one in the world knew what kind of strength a monster of the purple grade had. Kim Tae-hoon was just throwing himself with little ability against such a monster. This isn't like you, boss. This was not Kim Tae-hoon's way. In fact, he did not want to rush to Chernobyl, but after winning the Russian government over to his side, he would try to solve the problem sequentially. That was his way. It was rough, but it was not foolish, ignorant, or reckless. What the hell did you see? So, Jang was curious and worried about why Kim suddenly showed such a change because of what he dreamed of. Kim answered Jang, I can't tell you. Jang gave a long sigh to the answer. In the sigh, Jang realized, boss's will is firm. Kim's will was more firm than ever, and in some way, he was putting his priority on starting with Russia. I need a guardrail. There was no way to stop Kim from driving. He was the one who had killed the dragon alone. It would be better to stop a rushing locomotive than to stop him. That was why Jang used the term guardrail. If there had been something that could stop Kim, he would have used the term brake instead of guardrail. In other words, Jang felt the need for a scapegoat to sacrifice himself when Kim fell into crisis. Boss, I will never send you alone. In this part, Jang also had no intention of withdrawing or compromise. Tell me what you want to attach. I'll attach the Dragon Knights. Dismissed, the Dragon Knights are the most obvious alternative power to fill my absence. Instead, I will take the unit that Colonel Lim Hyun-jun has. 1 platoon, Jang Sung-hoon, you build the members with your discretion. Then please include Hyun-wook in the members. Dismissed. There is no need for Hyun-wook to be left behind because the Dragon Knights are left. And you saw it during the hunting of the blue giraffe. The teamwork of Hyun-wook and Boss is the best. It's meaningless against the purple grade monster, and Bang Hyun-wook is a competent hunter, but he's not a competent soldier. Then add Maria. What are you going to do in Russia alone? You don't speak Russian. Of course, you'll have to negotiate on the way. That's it. And one more, a very important, essential, valuable, and excellent Joker card. At the words, Kim cocked his head. He couldn't think of anyone who was a very important, essential, valuable, and excellent Joker card. Jang answered seriously in the tilting. Please include me. Dismissed. Of course, Kim immediately dismissed him. You won't be able to bear it. It would not be easy to hold on to the hard schedule to Moscow unless he was a Dragon Knight. In addition, he would not be traveling to Moscow. The reason Kim was rushing to Russia now was that he wanted to kill Chernobyl faster than the 6 snakes were trying to destroy Russia with nuclear weapons. It was to not allow the history that he had told himself in his dream. Do I take Jang Sung-hoon, a civilian who is not an awakener, to the crazy battlefield? It's nonsense. Jang asked a question in return in such appearance of Kim. Am I that important to you, to keep me from going to a dangerous place? Kim did not answer. It wasn't a question that needed an answer. For him, Jang was the most reliable subordinate, colleague, and friend. This fact did not need to be expressed in words. Jang was also like that. He did not ask that question because he wanted to hear the answer. He just spat out such words to make Kim think. Then, can you be relieved if you leave me here on the Korean peninsula, and are you sure you won't regret it? Can you be sure that the Korean peninsula is the safest place for me? Kim did not answer Jang's question. Vladivostok. It is the easternmost city of Russia, the largest country in the world, and the center of the Far East, and one of the most developed cities in Russia. Boss, do you know what Vladivostok means? It was also a city with an arrogant name. Dominate the East. The ruler of the East was the meaning of the name Vladivostok. It was evidence of what Russia had in mind when building the city of Vladivostok, and what kind of country Russia was at that time. Well, there is nothing strange about it. The founding of Vladivostok was during the Russian Empire, and from then until the collapse of the Soviet Union, Russia was one of the strongest nations in the world. Who would say that Russia is a load of bullsh*t when naming the city in order to dominate the East? Now it was evidence of Russia's reality. The world's greatest power, which was willing to use aggressive and provocative words to dominate the East in the city name, was no longer present. But now it's different. There's no more Eastern ruler in this city. At the end of the words, Jiang, looking up at Vladivostok, gave a long sigh. The sigh spread around like an epidemic. Hoo-oh-oh. Everyone stopped for a moment and sighed at the scenery. The landscape of Vladivostok was terrible. The city, which was economically, politically and culturally prosperous enough to be called the third capital of Russia, had now become a city that had no traces of people. The buildings that filled the city were crushed by the struggles of monsters whose size could not even be guessed, decent roads were hard to find, and the cars that had become scrap iron were crumpled like dead bodies all over the roads. What was even more creepy was that this sight was familiar to Kim Tae-hoon and the men who visited here now. I feel like I've gone back a year. This was the view of the Republic of Korea a year ago. By that time, all the cities in Korea were this terrible. The difference was the flow of time, but the gruesomeness and despair dominating the city were not much different. If there had been no Master Kim, Seoul would have looked like this. If there had been no man named Kim Tae-hoon, the appearance of Seoul would not have been much different from Vladivostok. Everyone stopped sighing and looked at Kim. They felt renewed. Even though Russia was a toothless tiger, its military power was far greater than Korea's military power. Not to mention, Vladivostok was also a military strategic point of Russia, and important when it came to the world situation. It was a military city where the Russian Pacific Fleet was crucially located. It was a city that Russia had built up to deal with Japan and even the United States. Nevertheless, Vladivostok did not last a year in the monster era. Far from a year, the wreckage of the car bodies everywhere told them that Vladivostok had been out of function for months, and that Vladivostok had not survived even 3 months before collapsing. We were so lucky. By comparison, the Republic of Korea was willing to welcome the new year of 2018 without collapsing, because of a single man with no peer. Under the eyes of those surrounding him, Kim Tae-hoon said briefly, "Don't get sentimental. There's no lesson to learn here." The short words changed their eyes. Kim Tae-hoon was right. There were no more lessons to be learned in front of these scenes, to those who had seen the same scene a year ago. The lesson was meaningful when they got it before and deeply engraved it. It was meaningless to recall the same lesson every time they saw the same scene. The eyes of the men who had escaped from their recollections were immediately turned into the eyes of veteran hunters. Master is right, we are not here to learn a lesson. They held their breath and stifled their spirit. Wearing the black lion furs which became hot on their own, their presence was like a dark shadow. That's great. Maria, the only outsider among them, was nervous. She had to be nervous. Kim Tae-hoon is Kim Tae-hoon, but his men are not ordinary either. The level of these people, who had been selected to help with Kim Tae-hoon's sudden trip to Moscow, was so intense that it could easily exceed Maria's common sense. How on earth did he nurture these soldiers? In just 1 year. And that was natural. They were not just soldiers or hunters, but elite agents who had been tested several times in the absurd typhoon that had driven the Republic of Korea for a year, and Colonel Lim Hyun-jun had strategically nurtured them under the support of the Mac Guild. An agent who was fostered not only for monster hunting but also for special purposes. Even the advisor to the process of fostering these agents was Kim Tae-hoon, not just anyone. Korea may become a game maker who will move the world from now on. Even though they did not show such a battle yet, Maria felt her spine creeping in the winter of Vladivostok, where even the sea was frozen, at the presence of Kim Tae-hoon's men. Of course, the chill was not comparable to the one that she felt when she faced the man. Kim Tae-hoon said while looking at Maria, who did not show her chill, "We'll move to our next destination, guide us." Maria opened her frozen mouth and said, "I'll have to check the map once I've moved to Vladivostok station. There is something you need to keep in mind, even though it is too late to say. Let's talk on the move." Their trip began again, and the story with it. I don't know what orders would have been given to the letter, but if there were no specifics, the next destination will be Khabarovsk, because the Russian Far East is located in Khabarovsk. It will take 5 days to get there if we walk along the Siberian Railway. Who is the head of the place? I think it's a name you know. Major General Vladimir Doprinsky. A big shot. Yes, he was a big shot. Jang Sung-hoon, who was listening to the conversation, interrupted, "Who is it?" "He is the former chief of presidential security. He is quite experienced and not fit for being in the Far East, far from safety. He was the top of the influential men. He was the top of the influential men, but the monsters came along and now he is in charge of the dangerous place. I'm thinking of Lieutenant Colonel Yu." Maria, who did not know Lieutenant Colonel Yu, cocked her head, but on the other hand, at the explanation of Jang, the agents were able to gauge the position of the man named Vladimir in the present country of Russia. He is exiled from power. He was a man of power who has been forced out because he did not adapt himself to the new power and order after the monsters appeared. But he's not giving up his power. But he was still ambitious and looking for an opportunity. Of course, Jang suddenly intervened in the conversation to naturally inform the surroundings of such facts. Maria had noticed that, too. She did not miss the sudden disappearance of the vigilance and doubt that had been dimly in the eyes of the agents, after this short conversation. And if I continue to talk, the main task of the Far East is to focus on material search and monster searches, but there's something more important than this. What is it? It's a new rule you must remember, as you have stepped into Russian territory from now on. Before she could speak, Maria turned her head north. We are going to follow the Siberian Railway. Of course, we will visit the city where the station is located, and we will resupply there. The visit to the city and moving will be made mostly at night. This is the first rule to remember. The crowd cocked their heads at the words. Moving at night was dangerous in many ways. The night in Russia was cold, and even if they traveled the same distance, they would be more exhausted than if they were moving during the day. The ability to prepare for a monster's attack and the ability to fight also decreased. There was no reason to move at night unless there is a special reason. Why? Of course, there was a reason. When the sun rises, the dead move. At that reason, everyone's face stiffened. Jang was also the same. Isn't that the opposite? You know, zombies are weak during the day and they move at night. In the end, Jang once again intervened in the conversation. There's no such thing as day and night for a zombie. There are only warm enough to move and cold enough to not move. It's not exact, but the standard is -15 degrees. If it's higher than this temperature, we can't avoid fighting zombies. Maria's explanation continued, I'll tell you the second rule here. From now on, what you are dealing with is literally a zombie. They can live without eating, they don't die even though you cut off their heads, they don't die if they're shot with holes like cheese, and they don't die if their hearts are destroyed. In front of the second rule, the faces of some people hardened. I'm not underestimating your abilities. You're the best specialists in monster hunting. But the monster you're dealing with is not the one you've been dealing with. There's only one thing that can stop them, the cold of Siberia. The explanation made the crowd understand. From now on, the enemy they had to face was a completely different kind of monster than the enemies they had faced before. Of course, everyone was nervous. It's not going to be easy, I'm sure. A zombie monster, a world that is not even funny. Is that the end of the explanation? Yes. Yes. Only one person was not nervous about it. We'll step into Khabarovsk on January 4th, remember. 5. Khabarovsk. The new year here was always harsh. What further explanation did they need, since the average temperature in January was -20 degrees Celsius, -30 degrees Celsius at night, and sometimes -40 degrees Celsius in a crazy cold. But surprisingly, it was much warmer than usual in Khabarovsk on January 4th, 5 degrees below zero. It was a warm new year, hard to find in the long history of Khabarovsk. God damn it. At the same time, Khabarovsk was facing the worst nightmare since. Major General Vladimir, a bunch of zombies are coming. Once proud of its beautiful scenery, Khabarovsk was now a city dominated by humans and monsters with frozen, rotten flesh. It was a nightmare brought about by a warm new year. In front of the nightmare, Vladimir, the head of the Russian Far East branch in Khabarovsk, had no choice but to feel despair. Why the hell is this happening? On December 31, 2016, when the monsters appeared, Khabarovsk had won the war with the monsters. But in the summer and warmer temperatures, Russia had no choice but to give up Khabarovsk in front of the zombies coming down from the north. They took a rain check. The next was the new year 2018. During this winter, when the bitter cold raged, it was the role of the Far East to collect military supplies and relics in neighboring cities, based out of Khabarovsk. It was a very important role. Nuclear warheads were included in the munitions to collect here. Of course, there was a lot of investment in Khabarovsk for this work. Russia, which was already suffering from a shortage of goods, made the maximum investment that they could. But now the investment was on the verge of going out of business even before it really paid off. We must keep it somehow. If Khabarovsk is taken again, it is over. There is no next year. Major General Vladimir had no intention of accepting it. But how? There was no way for Vladimir to do anything about the zombies who had already begun to occupy Khabarovsk. Most of all, there were too many of them. The number of zombies coming into Khabarovsk was too high, but the biggest problem was that there were also many zombies hiding in Khabarovsk. It was virtually impossible to fight a proper battle against zombies that popped out from all over the place, and from unexpected places. Moreover, their opponents were not just weak zombies that would not die, from an old zombie movie. In the cold winter of Siberia, the flesh that could only be wiped out by rotting away had frozen hard like steel, and their movements were not slow at all. Even as their reason had disappeared, pain and fear had gone away too, and there was only ferocity left. Above all, the zombies were not human beings, the weakest animals. They were beings who had become monsters. Major General Vladimir, please give us an order. How many flamethrowers are ready? All are ready, sir. Will you attack? Of course, they have prepared. Instead of guns and swords, they prepared gasoline and flamethrowers as their weapons, and they also brought special armored cars made to crush zombies beneath their treads. A serious thing happened. However, this preparation was not that meaningful to zombie monsters. What's going on? It's an ogre. Ogre zombies have appeared. In front of a monster that had already crossed the category of common sense, such preparations had no meaning. Oh, my God, an ogre zombie. Do you really want to order an attack, Major General? Their preparations had no meaning for an ogre zombie. Fighting with a flamethrower or special armored car against an ogre zombie was no different than stopping a running wagon with a mantis. Do we have a procedure for hunting ogre zombies? Yes, we do. What is it? A napalm bomb. At the word, napalm bomb, the expressions of everyone including Major General Vladimir hardened. It wasn't that there was no napalm bomb. Nor were they ignorant of the power of the napalm bomb. That was why his face was so firm. We will have to use a napalm bomb in the city ourselves. The manual is practically telling us to burn Khabarovsk with our own hands, isn't it? A napalm bomb was a very good weapon to destroy a city, after all. The fact had already been confirmed during World War II. Of course, if they used the napalm bomb in Khabarovsk, the city was done. Does it fall into the hands of the monsters, or burn it with my own hands? Of course, Major General Vladimir was anguished. But at this moment, he knew what he had to choose. It's obvious. If I have to lose the city anyway, it is better to burn it all with the zombies. It was the second option to avoid the worst by using napalm bomb rather than just retreating. There was no need to weigh. The only problem was one. Is my life over here? As soon as he made the choice, all the achievements made by Major General Vladimir disappeared, and he became a normal person. That was why General Vladimir could not easily speak out the obvious option. But the time given to him was not long. There was no other way, except to lower the temperature of Khabarovsk to -15 degrees. Napalm bomb, finally, Major General Vladimir spoke. It's breaking news. A new guy ran into the operating room. After swallowing the words he was about to say, Major General Vladimir looked at the soldier who had emerged and asked, "What's going on?" "The ogre zombie is dead." Everyone was surprised at the fact, and they questioned it. "It is a zombie because it is not dead, but that ogre zombie is dead." But that was the beginning of a story that they could not understand, since the sight they would face from now on was one they had never seen before. A man from heaven burned all the ogre zombies with blue lightning, and, now the golden smoke beasts are hunting zombies. There were two effective ways to kill zombie monsters: burn them to death, or crush their bodies with overwhelming physical force. That was not the best way. The strength of the monsters' bodies was far beyond the beasts that mankind had encountered so far. There was a monster with skin so hard it ate away the saw blade of an electric saw after only one layer, and there was a monster that kept its flesh firmly in the fires, rather than melting. Eueoo. An ogre was a monster where both things applied. Their body was so strong that even a bullet could not easily pierce into them, and was so tough that it would not easily melt down in the flames. Eueoo. It was also huge. Even if there was a way to hurt its body, even if there was a way to hurt it deeply, it was only a scratch, not a deep wound, in the huge body of the ogre. Bang! Oh, my God! It was at the time that Master Sergeant Oleg realized that the RPG-7 he was holding was empty and the empty barrel was pouring out a fuzzy sigh. How does it withstand this? RPG-7 was a powerful weapon that did not need an explanation. It was a weapon made to destroy a tank, a lump of iron with an amazing defense, not just anything. Of course, Master Sergeant Oleg himself did not expect that one RPG-7 shell would make a ogre zombie truly dead. F***ck. But it was unexpected that the absurd cannonball would end up just like one shot of a gun on a human being, just a small hole. F***ck, damn it. Decisively, the thing which made Master Sergeant Oleg desperate was that the result of approaching it to take the shot had drawn more attention and anger from the ogre zombie. It's over now. At this moment, Master Sergeant Oleg did not even think of running away. He couldn't even afford to run away. The effect of doping, which he used to get near the ogre zombie, was not so long. His whole body trembled like an aspen leaf in the unprecedentedly warm January of Khabarovsk. Damn it. It was amazing he did not fall on the ground with his trembling legs. Even that didn't last long. Thump. Something fell down suddenly in front of Oleg, and at that shock, Oleg fell to the ground helplessly. Huck. A man in unusual attire came into his eyes as he fell on the ground and let out a gasp. The man with the two swords on his back was exceptionally impressive. Who? The man who appeared like that made his right hand a gun shape and pointed at the ogre zombie with the end of his index finger. He moved his hand lightly, like a gunshot, and a blue spark splashed on the tip of his index finger. Pazik. The spark immediately became a blue lightning arrow and struck the two pupils of the ogre zombie. The ogre zombie, who was rushing toward Oleg, stopped for a moment with a relaxed cry. It was only a moment, of course. There was no pain in the ogre who had become a zombie. The ogre zombie's pause was like a program that was working well, stopping for a while because of a sudden change. It was literally a moment, and when the ogre zombie began to move again, there was a blue bead about the size of a man's head in front of it. The absurd bead that emitted blue lightning began to stab and burn the whole body of the ogre zombie without rest. Eeuooooo. It was an unspeakably terrible sight, and at the same time, it was overwhelming. Am I in another world? The blue lightning was reducing the ogre zombie to ash. Under the repeated attacks, the body of the ogre zombie moved differently from its will. The program that made it move seemed to be in error, and repeated blue lightning attacks cracked open the body of the ogre zombie, bursting its joints, and began to shatter its bones. The ogre zombie's body fell to the ground with a grotesque sound. After that, the body of the ogre zombie began to make popcorn popping sounds again and again. Master Sergeant Oleg was lost at the sight. The man who created this ridiculous sight to him approached and said in somewhat awkward Russian. Now tell Major General Vladimir everything you saw and heard. 7. The story is so far. As soon as Master Sergeant Oleg finished his story, a heavy silence began to weigh on the crowd. Even though they were wearing Russian uniforms which were not lacking compared to other military uniforms, and which were symbols of strength in world history, no one could overcome the silence that pressed them now. Even the only star-ranked person among them, Major General Vladimir, was the same. It's a ridiculous story. Major General Vladimir knew about the strength of the Awakeners. To the extent he knew, he believed that only Awakeners could end the monster era. Nuclear weapons were not a solution to the monster era, but Awakeners and relics were. But even Vladimir, who highly appreciated the value of the Awakeners, could not easily accept the strength of the man that Oleg had told him about. And, no, I don't think he is the one I know. Furthermore, his name was Kim Tae-hoon, and it shook Vladimir's mind even more. There were not many Korean names that Vladimir knew, and most of them were Korean generals and very special people, like the president and the prime minister. In a different sense, the only name that Vladimir remembered was Kim Tae-hoon. Even the Russian army, which was proud of being the world's strongest in the special forces, could not help but recognize his abilities. He was a man the Russian army was willing to ask for military assistance. It can't be. So, it was more problematic. If Kim Tae-hoon was the same person as the amazing awakener that Oleg had described now, he would be in fact a man who no one could manage in the world. Unfortunately, the hopeful prediction of Vladimir did not last long. Major General Vladimir, Major Maria is here. Major Maria? She's waiting outside. Fortunately, if we had lost her, there would have been no greater damage. She says she has something to report. We're all here, and I'll get a report here. Yes. I hope she can bring something we can hope for from the Korean peninsula. Maria, who had come to visit Vladimir, appeared and began to report in front of all. Currently, Korea is ready to fight the monsters now. It is said that South Korea has already occupied North Korea's land, and that Japan has been defeated after a war with South Korea, although it has not been confirmed. It is now a colonial state in return for handing over all sovereignty to Korea. She started a more unbelievable story for those who could not come to their senses after the nonsense story of Oleg. Therefore, no one could ask a question about Maria. Major Maria is either crazy or we're crazy, or if both of us are not, this is all a dream. No one came up with a question when they didn't even understand her words. I'll ask you one thing. Only one. Vladimir opened his mouth and asked, is Kim Tae-hoon the one I know? Maria nodded cautiously at the question. At that moment, there was no choice left for Major General Vladimir. I'll have to see him. 8. The mineral rights of natural gas and other resources, lease of farmland, tanks, warships, missiles, and a young man, who spoke Russian quite fluently, smiled and finished his speech, nuclear weapons. You can pay for anything among these. Ah, red square is fine, too. I'll figure out the Kremlin's value. The man who finished his talk picked up a choco pie on the table with a smile. The wrapping paper of the individually packed choco pie was engraved with the divine bird mascot Mac, raising his thumb, unlike the usual wrapping paper. Of course this choco pie is free. He ripped the wrapping paper off and took out the choco pie in it. The man who started eating looked at the man beyond the table. Major General Vladimir had served as the head of the Russian Prime Minister's Security Department, and he had been in power in the Russian army. The eyes of the man who could kill a person just by blazing his eyes were quite ferocious. The blue eyes made him feel bluer. However, Jang Sung-hoon, who was eating a choco pie in front of the spirit, did not feel daunted at all. There was no reason to be afraid. That's more dry and crumbling than I thought. Boss, can you get me some coffee? The presence of the man who was staying calm and cool behind Jang Sung-hoon was so great that he was not intimidated. The same was true of Major General Vladimir. The days of a man who has been the head of the Russian Prime Minister's Security Department were out of ordinary. During the Cold War era, he served as a first-year soldier, and he played an active role as an ace of the KGB at the time of the collapse of the Soviet Union. He became the top person of the influential people in the Russian army. And now, even in the absurd age of the monsters, he was active without losing his ambition. However, even Vladimir could not maintain his composure in front of the presence of Kim Tae-hoon. Hoo-oh-oh. A long sigh came from the mouth of Vladimir. It was the sound which he should make at the table. With that sigh, he spoke slowly, in short, if we pay for the monsters that are now occupying our country, you will get rid of them. His words were immediately translated into English through Maria, and Jang nodded and answered in Russian. I can talk, but I can't listen, now I am in trouble. That's why we shouldn't study foreign languages with a book, right, boss? It was a not-so-funny happening created by Jang's Russian ability. However, Kim did not raise any issues at it happening. Even before the monsters appeared, Jang had not been able to speak Russian as well as English. Kim knew that Jang would have gone through much effort and hardship to speak this level of Russian. Furthermore, the reason why he studied such a foreign language was not simply for his own benefit. In addition, Jang's Russian skills were actually not important in the conversation. Let me ask you a question. The questions are free, so you can ask me as much as you like. How much would it cost to kill Chernobog? At the question, Jang cleared the choco pie powder from his mouth instead of looking surprised, and he said with a light smile on his lips, how much are you offering? The cross-question made Maria and Vladimir hearten. This kind of question was unexpected. Jang waved his hand lightly as if he expected the reaction of the two. It's a joke, but is it true that Chernobog is a purple-grade monster that now occupies all of the northern parts of Russia? Yes. What colors have you even killed? If it's a monster color, blue. It's lucky. Lucky? Yes, it's lucky, you'll fully understand the price needed when we kill the purple-grade monster. What the hell is that dash? All of them. The conversation that had been smoothly going stopped, as if they did not understand what Jang said. You've killed a blue monster, haven't you? And then isn't that a fully understandable price? On the other hand, Jang continued to speak with an expression that was hard to understand when he saw the reaction of the two. We have killed 3 dark blue-grade monsters, for the sake of the country's fate, so I can assure you. At this point, killing a dark blue monster would be a matter of controlling the fate of the country. Not to mention, do you think you could end up just using a few nuclear warheads and killing a purple-grade monster, more easily than the dark blue-grade? Jang's words were outspoken. He spoke Russian more fluently than the Russians. Of course, it was not because his linguistic ability increased sharply because he talked with native speakers for several minutes. It was because he had expected this situation, and spoke out the words prepared for this situation. It was not just words that Jang spit out on his own, but words that contained the will of the man watching this conversation behind him. So, as soon as Jang Sung-hoon spoke, Vladimir's eyes were heading toward Kim Tae-hoon. Vladimir's eyes, looking at Kim, were the fiercest eyes, like a commander on the brink of war. They were appropriate. Our country has never been ruled by another country. They had lost wars a few times in the long history of Russia, but they were only once under control. Come on, you were ruled by the Mongol Empire. It was in the mid-13th century, the Mongolian era that had brought nightmares to Europe at that time. But now in the 21st century, would Russia become a vassal power of the Republic of Korea? A great country with a long history, with the most land in the world, would be humiliated to serve under a small country on the Korean peninsula, a country that was only a little larger than Lake Baikal. It was the most insulting provocation ever received by Vladimir. So, his eyes were ferocious. Oh, well. I think, Goryeo, Korean dynasty was in a similar situation. I'm just saying. Now, even Jang could not afford to relax in front of those eyes. Boss, can you change seats? I'm dizzy. Of course, Jang's role only went so far. His role was to make Vladimir look like a tiger at the edge of a cliff. In other words, the time when Kim stepped forward had come. This is the first time seeing you in person, Major General Vladimir. He had been silent until now, and after he had stood up, he walked toward the table. He made eye contact with Vladimir. So, are you going to war with us? At the appearance of the word war, the eyes of Vladimir, which were fiercer than ever, were trembling. Kim Tae-hoon's presence was that strong. In order to protect his country, he was ready to become a torch for war, even by burning his body. Most of all, he realized at this moment that he was truly afraid of Kim Tae-hoon. His situation at the edge of the cliff made him realize it. Show me your abilities in front of me. In the end, Vladimir made a compromise. Instead of lowering his head right away, he made the most reasonable choice he could make in this situation. Kim Tae-hoon stepped down from the table, and Jang Sung-hoon continued his speech with a short cough. What do you want us to kill? The door opened with a knock and a man appeared. I'm sorry. The man, whose face was red as he held his breath, carefully approached Vladimir and spoke in a low voice. We've received an emergency call from the Tiger unit waiting at Lake Baikal. The remark changed the expression of Vladimir. It was evidence of suppressing forcibly a rising sense of surprise, embarrassment, and crisis. And for both Kim and Jang, there was evidence that the game had finally shown a big gap. Of course, the two did not intend to miss this chance. We'll start the promotion. I'll take one destroyer in Vladivostok, and take care of it. The reason why zombies are scary can be seen in countless movies and dramas based on zombies. There is no way to win against an immortal army that cannot be killed by bullets, all they can do is run away. Because of this, in the war against zombies, the climax is the moment when the place to run away to is no longer there. The ammunition from repeated escapes and resistance runs out, and in the end, a situation arises where they cannot flee, they can only make a fort to earn a few hours against the zombies. As soon as they make the fort, the zombies start to attack the fort. It is rather hopeful that the end is invisible. The results are always the same. A lucky man escapes, and the ones who cannot escape are just victims of hunger that is never filled. The landscape of Birobidzhan was like that now. The small but beautiful city, with a population of 75,000 and a Trans-Siberian train passing through, had no survivors, but was instead a sea of zombies, with thousands of zombie monsters remaining there. What was even more creepy was that the overflowing zombies and zombie monsters did not show any movement. It was clear evidence that there was nothing for the zombies to be interested in, and that the smell of the living could not be found anywhere in the city of Birobidzhan. Peep! Peep! In that situation, a skinny mouse appeared. It seemed to be out to eat anything since it could not bear hunger anymore. Of course, the hunger disappeared as soon as it checked the zombie monsters that were scattered everywhere, and the mouse's run for survival began. Woo woo. All the zombies reacted and moved in pursuit. There was no cooperation among the zombie monsters who had only one will, kill whatever lives. They moved only for their own purposes, and in the process, they hit each other and fell, or were wounded. Thump. In a corner of the alley, a large zombie orc fell, and the zombie goblins that followed were tangled up with it. Nevertheless, there was no stopping. The fallen ones tried to move even if they crawled, and those who could not crawl even screamed. In many ways, a sight that could not be seen in the human world, but it was simply a scene of hell. Thump. A dot fell down from the sky. Peep. Peep. The panicked mouse ran toward whatever fallen. It was not an attack. It was like reaching out for a rope that came down from the sky at the worst moment. The mouse instinctively realized where the chance to survive was at this moment. The survival instinct of the mouse was correct. Kerblum. As soon as the racing mouse reached the man's feet, the ring around the man's body exploded with thunder. The explosion blew away the crowded zombie monsters, ruthlessly and harshly, and it crushed them. Eeoo. From the mouths of the zombies, the eerie sounds began to come out. The man took in a deep breath at the scene. Take a deep breath. It did not look like that. The swollen man's chest was too big, and the man's face was still, decisive. The man who took a deep breath to soothe his mind and soul, from tension and nervousness, was making an expression that was inappropriate. Fufufu. The man threw up his chest and a huge flame began to blow. In a moment, the flames started to seethe all over the place. Eeoo. In the flames, the zombies began to cry out loud. The fire, of course, did not stop them. The zombies began to rush toward the man, regardless of whether they were burning or melting. The rush of zombie monsters, which had become fireballs, seemed fiercer. The great sea of fire seemed to be pushed toward the man who had appeared in the Byrobidson. In that hellish sight, the man was making something. A terrible mass of head-sized thorn ice was formed on his bare right hand, and a golden web from the man's left hand was lined with a mass of ice thorns. Hoo-woong. Hoo-woong. The ice flail that was made began to rotate around the man with a gruesome sound. Poo-wat. The ice flail shattered the body of the zombie monster running in a very funny way. The bodies of the zombie monsters with red eyes, as well as the zombie monsters with orange eyes, were just crumbs in front of the ice mace wielded by the man. Even monsters with yellow eyes earned fatal wounds if they did not properly receive the ice flail. That was how the movie started. The movie was called Zombie Massacre, starring the main actor Kim Tae-hoon. 2. Maybe if you make a movie out of what the boss has done, there'll be a demonstration outside the theater where the movie is being screened. Was it too cruel? No, the zombies were pathetic. Jang Sung-hoon, who was looking at the flesh of thousands of zombie monster bodies that were hard to call a corpse now, clicked his tongue. I always feel it, but you're amazing. Zombie monsters formed nightmares. The only weakness that the monster had was its heart, but it had disappeared. But the nightmare was just a joke in front of Kim Tae-hoon. There's nothing great about it, but it's more difficult for an ordinary monster to deal with. Yes. Monsters instinctively seek opportunities to live under any circumstances, so no one knows what living monsters will do, but monsters that become zombies just move the same. They just move to kill what is alive, with no instinct for survival. The black eyes of Kim Tae-hoon were looking around thoroughly as he spoke. Jang Sung-hoon carefully asked him, as if he felt a sense of it. Don't you think it's hard to deal with zombie monsters? It won't be easy. It's not easy, but is there a reason for the response manual to be complicated? Kim Tae-hoon did not answer. Even if he did not answer obstinately, Jang Sung-hoon would be able to reach the answer that Kim Tae-hoon had given. It was true. Russia survived in the Monster Age, and from Moscow to Vladivostok, however, they have endured, at any rate. In Jang's view, Russia was not a powerless country. Could a powerless country have crossed over 9,000 kilometers in Siberia, sending trains from Moscow to Vladivostok, or using other means than trains, in a world full of monsters? And there are more experiences and procedures for war with zombie monsters than any other country. Russia fought against the undead monsters left by Chernobog, the immortal wolf. The response manual for zombie monsters would be considered to be better than any other country in the world, even Korea. But such Russian elites were still beaten by zombie monsters. Of course, the monsters could still be beaten. It feels so easy to get beaten. But they shouldn't be beaten so easily. The strength of Russia and the year they had endured did not allow it. There was a variable. In other words, if it was easily beaten, it meant that there was something unexpected in the manual. The 6 snakes would have done the trick. Jang Sung-hoon was able to guess what the main factor of the variable was. There was only one thing left, physical proof. Here, it was necessary to find out the cause of death through the bodies of the Russian army guarding the Birobidzin, whether it was a monster or something that killed them. That was what Kim Tae-hoon was looking for. Peep. Peep. The squeak of a mouse softly filled the silent Birobidzin. Peep. Peep. Jang Sung-hoon, who was suffering from the repeated sound, made a sullen look. "Boss, I think we have a mouse. Do you want me to catch it?" At the words of Jang Sung-hoon, Kim Tae-hoon raised his hand instead of answering. Jang Sung-hoon was silent. Peep. Peep. The squeak of the mouse sounded more clearly, and the squeak began to hover at some point. Kim Tae-hoon moved to the place where the sound was coming from. What was waiting for Kim Tae-hoon was a body that was already torn apart by monsters. The flesh was already ripped out, only the skeleton remained. Therefore, Jang Sung-hoon, as well as Kim Tae-hoon, was able to clearly understand the cause of death. They had seen so many different kinds of bodies, considering what the hole in the head of the body was like, be it by the monster's teeth or bullets. "Boss, how did you know the mouse would find the Russian corpse? It is not going to eat a zombie monster's flesh." Of course, the moment they saw the evidence, they accepted the hypothesis in their minds as fact now. "Well, I'm sure about this. It wasn't a zombie, but a person who attacked the Russians in the Birobidzin, the 6 snakes, or someone else. In Birobidzin, a man had killed a man here. There was only one thing left. Why? It's a trap." A trap? Kim Tae-hoon knew the reason well. The rescue request was a lie to lure Major General Vladimir's forces to Lake Baikal. Did the lie work? What makes a soldier move in the most terrible battlefields is not a sense of duty or loyalty to his country. Kim Tae-hoon had experienced it many times. It's comradeship. 10 soldiers risked their lives to save one colleague. That is war. The soldiers at the front line don't know what commanders think, and they don't want to know. They don't care whether commanders or people in power are talking about world peace. They just don't want to leave a colleague next to them, a colleague who has crossed the places of death together, and they don't want to run away from the battlefield alone. The more desperate war became, the more such things remained. It was a war against monsters. When a monster becomes an enemy, comradeship will soon be love for mankind. Kim Tae-hoon was convinced. Among the cities near Lake Baikal, in Ulan-Ude, where the tiger troops were made up of only the elites among the awakeners were stationed, some guys might be waiting to kill the troops of Major General Vladimir. This trap is not small. And they would not be cast-offs. They would be able men with the ability to use monsters to play games in the era of monsters. They are able men who can handle legendary relics and who can kill a blue-grade monster at their discretion. But boss, if this was done by the 6 snakes, why are they attacking Russia? Isn't Russia the object of their conciliation? Do they need to make Russia an enemy? Jang Sung-hoon asked a new question. Kim Tae-hoon gave the answer that he had already given without worrying about the question. Only humans who have some shortage will sit at the negotiating table. Ah! If they cut off Russia's hands and feet, the men of power in Moscow will visit the six snakes again. Crazy people. Jang Sung-hoon, who spoke out the words, was surprised and looked at Kim Tae-hoon. Boss, no way. At the surprised expression of Jang Sung-hoon, Kim Tae-hoon had a calm expression. No, wait. You're going alone, aren't you? Kim Tae-hoon still looked cool. You said it was a trap, and are you going to attack there alone? Jang's voice grew louder. No, what are you going to do? When Jang Sung-hoon's voice grew so loud that it could no longer grow, Kim Tae-hoon replied, if I cut off the limbs of the six snakes, they'll be sorry. 3. Ulan-Ude. It was the capital of the Republic of Buryatia, a large Russian federal city, with a population of 300,000. It was a trade center crossing the Trans-Siberian Railway network, and the Trans-Mongolian Railway connecting Mongolia and China, a place where facilities and resources were built to occupy an axis of the Russian aviation industry. But there was only one image in most people's minds about Ulan-Ude, a city with a huge lake called Lake Baikal. It was inevitable. In front of the oldest and deepest lake in the world, anything else would be just a little thing. The winter of Lake Baikal was magnificent. The frozen Lake Baikal boasted a very clear and beautiful color, like crystal. A man was fishing on the frozen Lake Baikal. He was a strange man in many ways. Once the man had worn armor that was worth seeing in ancient China. On the other hand, what he had in his hand was a tool called a vajra, used in ancient India. Finally, the man was a white man with long blonde hair. The white man in the blonde hair wearing the ancient Chinese armor and the ancient Indian weapon, there was no word for unity anywhere in the man. But the most unusual and bizarre thing was the man's fishing method. The man who made holes in the frozen Lake Baikal did not put a fishing rod in the hole. Whack! He just kept digging holes. In addition, the man was not just digging holes, but making a square shape with holes, like a dotted line of stamps. Then, when the holes made a square shape, the vajra in his hand began to vomit lightning. Pazik, pazik. The sudden appearance of the golden lightning turned into a throwing spear. The man put the changed lightning into the hole he had made. Then, with a huge burst of thunder, the cracks spread across Lake Baikal, which had been frozen hard. But the cracks did not spread across the whole of Lake Baikal, because the man had blocked the cracks from spreading. Inside the square fence, the stunned and electrocuted fish began to float up, one by one. The man smiled slightly at the sight. Mr. Sergey. A woman came up to him from a distance. The forces of Major General Vladimir have passed through Birobidzhan. They are moving faster than I thought. They seem to be moving with the best power available. I'm sure they are. Without the Tiger unit, Major General Vladimir and his forces in Khabarovsk would be dead. With those words, he made a huge smile, looking east for a while. I hope this will be a bigger fish than I thought. Moscow, the Kremlin. The flower, the heart of the Red Square was always the stage for the supreme powers of Russia. Contact with those on duty has been suspended. What the hell is going on? This fact, even in the era that the monsters appeared, did not change. Generals. Those with stars over their shoulders and with heavy medals above their chests, filled the tables of the most luxurious large banquet halls in the Moscow Kremlin. It was like looking at the starry night sky. We're working on it now. How can you say such words, we're working on it now? However, the atmosphere was so gloomy that the glittering of the stars and medals were put in the shade. Everyone in the room looked stiff. We must somehow recover the nuclear warheads as soon as possible, before the winter is over, and start the operation. Who doesn't know that? The problem is that the people who are in the process of recovering the warheads are lost. Then we need to dispatch rescue teams or search teams to figure out what's going on. We've put all the elites in the process of securing the warheads, and do you want me to send some ordinary soldiers where they went missing? On December 31, 2016, monsters appeared. It was the beginning of despair, and Russia, which had the largest territory, became the country with the most land devastated by monsters. The days had been terrible. It was only because of hope that Russia could last for a year in those days. So, are we going to end this operation, as it failed? Are we going to reopen it next year? The hope was that the moment they could cover the monsters and zombies with the cold of Siberia, if they used the Soviet Union's heritages throughout Russia, they could reverse the war against monsters. Furthermore, it was also Europe's hope. Besides Russia, there were many countries with nuclear weapons, including France and Britain in Europe. But the number of nuclear weapons possessed by France and Britain was about 400. On the other hand, Russia's nuclear weapons exceed 1,500 in actual deployment, and the number of weapons they possessed was over 5,000. The fact that Russia was the country with the largest number of nuclear weapons and armored power in the world was not a simple expression. Of course, if all that was blown up, mankind would be destroyed, not monsters, but it was clear that nuclear weapons seemed to be a solution to the present era. Crucially, Russia had the largest territory in the world, and a monster named Chernivog, a purple-grayed monster, the peak of monsters. Russia was at the surest experimental stage. It was an experimental stage to determine whether or not they could kill a monster of the purple grade with nuclear weapons. From that point of view, it was no exaggeration to say that using nuclear weapons to kill Chernivog was very important not only to Russia but also to mankind. Even if the results were not good, the attempt should not fail. Therefore, someone said, "Why don't we ask Mao Spencer for help?" The stars were quiet as the name Mao Spencer was mentioned. No one asked who said the name, because if someone had no contact with Mao Spencer, he would not have been able to sit here now. That's dangerous talk. He'll ask for some nonsense. That was why the moment the Six Snakes had lost their mainland, the Russians in power had coldly cut off their relationship with Mao. The Russians in power owed too much to the Six Snakes to continue their relationship with them. But again, would they borrow the power of the Six Snakes? It would not be different from the sound of kicking the debtor out of the house and calling him again and borrowing more money. Of course, no one said that that idea was good. Why don't we ask the Vatican for backup? All they could say was the next best option. It's not going to be good for the Vatican to have our Russia fail like this. The next best option that came out was the Vatican. The Vatican, the city itself, was history and a relic, and it was the only place in the monster era that had kept its integrity without any damage. Of course, after the emergence of monsters, the leaders of each country, Europeans in power, and awakeners were all gathered in the Vatican. Asking for help there meant asking for help from Europe. They won't be able to help us for free. But it's better than screwing up this operation. After this winter, there's no answer. How do we wait until next winter? I think it would be good to talk with them. Of course, there was no definite answer here. It was beyond everyone's expectations to have such a meeting in the first place. There were only two things that were clear at this moment. That's crazy. Why are things so messed up? First, those who were here were in a position that they needed something. Mr. Mao, the Russian general's meeting is over. There was nothing special in it. They'll send someone from Russia to the Vatican sooner or later. What's the situation of Sergei? He is waiting near Lake Baikal. Lake Baikal. He sent a false rescue request there, and after he destroys the Far East branch, he will return. That's his method, loving fishing. The Six Snakes were waiting for a gap between the leaders of Russia, who were in need of something, and they would not be still. And there is new news. The twins have secured a nuclear warhead. They stand by with the terracotta warriors. We can blow it any time you want. That's great. So, the more severe winter in Europe began. Ulan-Ude, once housing over 300,000 people, had now become a land where only zombie monsters remained. A man had appeared there. The footsteps of the man in Russian military uniform were cautious. EUEOOO. It was to avoid zombie monsters that were spread like living alarms all over the place. He even exhaled carefully, the white breath covered by a mask over his mouth. The man arrived at Ulanyud Station, a part of the Trans-Siberian Railway network. All the windows were broken, and the door was broken, and Ulanyud Station reminded him of a ghost house. It was a place he would not normally enter sober. But the man in the uniform took a deep breath and went through the window into Ulanyud Station. The man who entered the station lowered his mask and began to make a sound with pursed lips. Wai, wai. The whistle with a strange rhythm began to flow through the quiet station of Ulanyud. Wick. Wick. Not far away, a small whistle sounded, and the man, who was lowering his posture and nervous, relaxed and immediately stood up and began to walk forwards. When the man reached the spot the whistle had come from, a man with a blonde hair in ancient Chinese armor was standing there. The moment the man in the Russian army uniform saw him, he stopped immediately. The blonde guy, on the other hand, smiled. I hoped I could catch a big fish at once, but it's not easy, either. But I'm glad I got a bite. At the words of Sergei, the man with blonde hair, the man in the Russian army uniform did not answer. Instead, he glanced around quickly. I'm sorry, but your colleague is dead. No, I killed him. Sergei delivered the terrible news to the man. The man who was glancing around looked straight at Sergei. Sergei whistled briefly at his eyes. Your eyes are burning. Judging from the fact that you are here alone, you're competent enough. The mark on your uniform says you belong to the direct command unit of Major General Vladimir, and he has raised you well. At that moment, the man wearing the Russian army uniform immediately held the AK-47 rifle and pointed it at Sergei. Tututu. There was a flash of gunfire. But Sergei did not avoid the shots. Ting-ting. The 3 shots that flew toward Sergei's chest were crushed, not even scratching his armor. As soon as Sergei raised his arm to cover his face, he was in fact in a situation where bullets did not work. Sergei rushed straight forward. It was an explosion, more than a rush. Boom! With a single foot stamping down, Sergei's body flew forward like a cannon shell. Swish! At the same time, the vajra in Sergei's hand cut the air. It was a very nip and tuck movement. If the man in the military uniform hadn't suddenly lowered his position, Sergei would have cut the man in at once. He is better than expected. Sergei was briefly impressed with the fact, rather than embarrassed. At the same time, he understood. Well, unless Major General Vladimir is a fool, he can't send a mere rabble as the search party where the Tiger unit has requested a rescue. It was not very strange for the man in front of him to avoid his attack. Of course, he was for sure that the member of the search party would never be able to avoid his second attack. Luck only happens once. I will kill him right away. Sergei had no intention of keeping the searcher alive. If the searcher returned alive to the main camp, the big fish who Sergei wanted would not bite the hook of his fishing rod. He shouldn't even give him a chance to scream. So, Sergei had no intent to hide his ability. Before he could complete his jump and land on the floor, he pulled out all his skills at once with full force. Pazik. Vajra, Vasvi Shakti in his hand spewed out lightning and now had the shape of an elongated spear. It was not just a spear, but a javelin. As soon as it left its owner's hand, the spear, like a flash that could penetrate any target the owner was aiming for, was the deadly spear of Karna, an ancient Indian myth hero, obtained from Indra, a god of lightning, in exchange for his golden armor. Sergei, after forming the spear, landed on the floor and now looked for his target to die under this deadly weapon. He turned around, with the pose of a javelin thrower. He found the target looking at him with black eyes, instead of running away. Swish! At the same time, a sword that had flown out from somewhere cut off Sergei's right wrist. Thud! His right hand, and the Vasvi Shakti that his hand was holding, fell to the floor with a clatter. Ah! Only then did Sergei's face begin to stiffen, feeling that something was going wrong. Who are you? Sergei managed to open his mouth through his stiff face. It was the beginning of a nightmare. Kim Tae-hoon. He, who lost his right hand and his most powerful weapon, had to deal with a monster from Korea. Hunter. Kim Tae-hoon's eyes began to split, like those of a dragon. Sad face Vasvi Shakti. Vladimir, who confirmed the contents of the smartphone, looked up at the man in front of him. Jang Sung-hoon, who had already annoyed Vladimir, was facing him across only one table. But it was quite different from before. Unlike that time, when it was full of playful and fun attempts to provoke his opponent anyway, Jang was more serious than ever. There's no better evidence we can show you. Jang had to be serious because he claimed that the 6 snakes and their head Mao had attacked Russia. But I need to hear the answer here. And now, Jang was asking Vladimir for a choice. Will you hold hands with us? At that question, Vladimir gave a long sigh that he should release at the negotiating table. But he did not regret the sigh he had spoken. There is only one choice. He was thinking this was a threat table, not a negotiation table. It was not wrong. Kim Tae-hoon showed his ability perfectly. He annihilated the Tiger unit alone, and he shattered Sergei and his forces, who had set a trap. At the same time, he showed that there was an enemy who threatened and had attacked Russia. In this situation where the enemy of the unheard of was in front, and an overwhelmingly violent person had reached out his hand, there was no such thing as choices for Vladimir. What do you want from us? All he could do was hold that hand. At the question of Vladimir, Jang said, everything. Then what do we have to do? Vladimir spat out the next question. To the question, Jang replied, making his playful and fun face. Can you give us a false identity? A false identity? What is that? We need a false identity, just like Tom Cruise, who was able to enter the Moscow Kremlin with a false identity in Mission Impossible 4. The playful look on his face reminded Vladimir. What happened to the Moscow Kremlin in Mission Impossible 4? At the same time, the expression on his face hardened. He remembered the scene where the Moscow Kremlin and Red Square were shattered by an explosion in Mission Impossible 4. Jang grinned at the expression of Vladimir. That movie was fun, wasn't it? In mid-January, Lake Baikal, which was again bathed in severe cold, was as beautiful as the surface of a planet made of crystal. Looking at the beautiful background, drinking a cup of coffee that had just been made, with the night view of Lake Baikal where the stars were shining, was so romantic. Oh. How wonderful this was. For this taste, the boss is drinking coffee. Jang Sung-hoon, who could feel the smell of coffee engraved deeply on the breath he was exhaling through a nose as red as a strawberry in the cold of the frozen Lake Baikal, seemed to understand a little why Kim Tae-hoon was so crazy about coffee. A man started walking on Lake Baikal toward Jang Sung-hoon. The man who appeared sat down on a fisherman's patio chair that Jang had prepared in advance. That alone could tell the identity of the man. Boss, did you finish your work well? The face of Kim was not so bright because of his calm expression. Not yet. He must have a heavy mouth. Jang did not urge Kim. Would you like a cup of coffee? It was Jang's frank feeling that he wanted to stop Kim for a while, who had been running without stopping, somehow. No. What? Does the boss refuse coffee? Your coffee doesn't taste good. Whether he knew the intention of Jang or not, Kim rejected Jang's consideration and prepared his coffee using the tools Jang had prepared to make coffee, which was exactly Kim's. No, I used the same beans and the same tool, it would be the same. How can it be different? Jang complained at Kim's words. Different. Kim cut off the complaints of Jang coldly. Jang shook his head. While Kim was making coffee, Jang threw out, so, what does he say? He was Sergei, who had been captured by Kim. Of course, Kim did not kill Sergei. Sergei had a lot of information to tell them, as long as he was surely one of the 6 snakes and Mao's closest aide. He could also be a tool of intimidation and a subject of negotiation. Lastly, if he killed Sergei, Mao would be likely to find out immediately. There was no need to have a broad prospect. Japan had confirmed the life and death of the ninjas using Shikigami, and if a relic and an awakener that made it possible were next to Mao, he could grasp the life and death of his aides no matter how far away they were. Even if not, it was the 6 snakes, with more mysterious relics than anyone else, including Okjo. It was not necessary to kill Sergei and give Mao a signal, it was a signal that Kim Tae-hoon was carrying a sword to kill Mao now. He said about belief. It was not easy, of course, to get information from Sergei. He did not give any major information in front of Kim's torture. Belief? Instead, Sergei only told Kim why he followed Mao and acted as a member of the 6 snakes. Isn't there belief to become kings in a world that has been ruined by monsters? That's a purpose, not a belief. This and that, that's all bad anyway. If it had not been for the 6 snakes, someone else would have done it, and it is what anyone would do. In fact, all who have survived now are new leaders who have new power in an era where the existing order has been collapsed by monsters. That doesn't mean that a bastard is not a bastard, right? That's right. Really? So it doesn't really matter if such people die. As you say, man is a goddamned race. Then Jang was able to know the intention of Kim, and the belief of the 6 snake members, including Sergei. Since a human is a goddamned race, it doesn't matter if they die. Wouldn't they rather be the order of a new era, and lead the world? Instead of answering, Kim took a half-full mug, brought it to his mouth, and drank. The bad guys became the enemies. Since they're the bad guys that much, they have harassed you. If they were nothing, the boss would have killed them. Now I am curious to know how much more they are going to do. Taking advantage of Kim's silence that started like that, Jang laid out his complaints without hesitation. But Kim did not hear the complaints. Instead, what Sergei had said hovered in his ear for a moment. Let's check out whether the night sky before the monsters appeared was beautiful, or the night sky after the monsters appeared was beautiful. Kim, who remembered the words, looked up at the sky. Jang, who looked up after Kim, looked at the night sky and said, "The night sky is so cool." Major General Vladimir made a decision to leave his destiny to Kim Tae-hoon. As soon as the decision was made, he no longer hid his cards. He finally pulled out the card of Avia Zavid. The biggest reason the Tiger unit is located in Ulan-Ude is because of the Avia Zavid. Avia Zavid was not a very special name. It was just a factory name. The special thing was the factory's production. I had to protect the Avia Zavid factory that produces the Mi and Su fighters in Russia. The aircraft was produced by a factory named Avia Zavid. Of course, since the advent of monsters, wireless communication, including radar, was not possible. It meant that it was virtually impossible to operate a fighter or an aircraft, which was a high-tech product. Therefore, Jang was surprised and asked, "Didn't Russia have radar or wireless communication technology?" "We're working on it, but we haven't got radar or the right wireless communication technology yet." Maria shook her head at the question. "Then how are you going to operate the aircraft?" "Rather, the opposite." "The opposite?" The Wright brothers didn't build a plane with wireless communication technology and radar, did they? At that moment, Jang and Kim's expressions were firm. Maria stepped up and continued to talk. At first, Russia was in a panic because the latest Russian fighter jets and aircrafts became useless. The pilots were concerned right away. No one calmly said that they would take off and land in a situation where they couldn't communicate with the control tower. It was Kim Tae-hoon who received her words. The rapid development of fighter aircraft was around World War I, but radar was used in World War II. Speaking out the words, Kim's face was not good. It was evidence of reflection and regret. "Why didn't I think of it?" It was a reflection and regret that he did not think of what Russia had prepared. Jang, on the other hand, cocked his head. He understood the words of Maria and Kim, but he did not understand all of them. No, to state in a brief way, did they build a plane without radar and wireless communication? No, they can make it float. Even a hot air balloon can float in the sky. The problem is if they can run it or not. For ordinary people with common sense, an airplane did not just end up flying in the sky. Rather, it was the opposite, and it is the most dangerous thing to fly in the sky. Among those who cannot get on planes, there are not many people who cannot get on the plane because of fear of heights. Most are afraid of the planes because it might fall. But on the contrary, those who participated in war know. An airplane is not an object that falls more easily than you think. And considering those who die in a plane crash, there were far more survivors on the plane. Of course, the important thing now was not to persuade Jang. She didn't have to try to persuade Jang. What shape? It is based on the propeller engines used in World War I. What's the speed of flight? We're still developing it, but the prototype we're working on is up to 300 km per hour, but the average speed should be around 200 km per hour for safety and other problems. What is the distance with one load of fuel? About 2,000 kilometers. The driving route is the Trans-Siberian Railway Network. There will be no better guide in this age. If they persuaded Kim Tae-hoon, everything would be solved. And he was willing to be persuaded. What's the number who can board? 6 people, including the pilot. That's a good number. There's a problem, instead. Kim cocked his head at the word problem. What we're developing is a transporter, not a fighter, and combat capability is virtually eliminated. It's impossible to have a fancy air show at high altitudes, like a fighter. Of course, there's no way to respond to exposure to flying monsters. Kim answered briefly at the issue. Fill up the fuel. Maria warned Kim again, it's dangerous, is that okay? Jang answered at her warning, is it us that's dangerous, or the poor monsters that will attack our boss? I'll fill up the fuel. The red square was beautiful. Especially when the snow fell from the gray sky, the red square turned into the reddest square. It was so now. The snow, calmly falling from the sky, was making the red square glow. I'm sorry, Mr. Mao. 2 men were talking in front of the beautiful sight. They were Mao and Lieutenant General Dmitri with the thick fur coat and mustache, who had driven Mao out earlier. I don't think we need to talk about anything uncomfortable to each other. Tell me why you called me today. I need your help. What exactly do you mean? I won't hide it, we are currently disconnected from the troops that were sent to collect the warheads, and I need a search party to identify their situation and a rescue team to rescue them. Didn't you ask the Vatican for help? I have asked the Vatican for help, but I cannot leave my country's fate to the Vatican alone. Are you going to make me compete with the Vatican? I don't mean to make you feel bad, I just made a choice that would help our country's interests. Mao paused for a moment, then looked at the red wall where the snow had begun to build. I don't have much time, and I want you to answer me here today. Dmitri looked at Mao and urged him to answer. At his appearance, Mao said, I'm sorry. At the apology, the eyes of Dmitri had cooled more rapidly than the falling snow. Is it about the other day? It's not irrelevant. I don't think you are one to make up your mind because of regret. No, it's not. The reason why I declined your offer is not what you think. What is different? At that moment, the crazy explosion began to emit a huge roar. Bang! Rumbling. The explosion was accompanied by an earthquake and a powerful storm that could not be described. In the explosion, Dmitri's body and Mao's body staggered like a sailboat on a raging wave. But the 2 equally tottering faces were not the same at all. The expression on Dmitri's face was beyond surprise, and it was a shock. Oh, my God! It was a natural expression in front of the scene where the red square collapsed under a repeated explosion. Mao's expression was different. He was smiling at the explosion. No way. The smile was evidence. It was the evidence that the main culprit of this crazy explosion in Red Square was Mao, not just anyone. You bastard. Dmitri, who had noticed it, reached out his arms as if to grab Mao's neck. Swish. A single bronze sword cut his stretched arms off as they were. Ha! A pleasant laugh came from near the hilt. There was a beautiful Asian woman there with a lively smile. Ugh! On the other hand, Dmitri, who had lost his arms, fell to the ground with his balance lost. Bang! Bang! In the meantime, the explosions were repeated and became a series of explosions, and the explosive sound gradually began to get closer to Mao and Dmitri. In that situation, Mao looked at Dmitri. As always, humans need an example to know their place. Of course, it was impossible for Dmitri to hear Mao properly in the repeated explosions. Mao himself did not care whether Dmitri was listening to him or not. Anyway, Dmitri would die soon regardless. That's the difference between dogs and humans. Once a dog is mad, there is nothing we can do about it, but if humans see an example, they can figure out what's going on and adapt. Mao, who had finished his talk, chopped his neck with his hand, and the woman with the sword struck the neck of Dmitri with her bronze sword. Swish! The golden letters on the bronze sword that cut off the head of Dmitri were shining. Yuongojin self-use sword. The glittering letters were gone as soon as the woman put the sword into the sheath. Mao turned to the woman. The woman smiled a little. Behind that smile, Major Qin Shan showed up. The face of Qin Shan was full of red spots. They were blood spatter marks. We have removed most of the VIPs, but we couldn't remove them all. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter, because a survivor is a real example, Mao spoke and gave a short sigh. Now we can talk to the people in the Vatican. Then we'll take you to the Vatican. No, the next destination. Bang! At that moment, an explosion exploded closer, and Mao swallowed what he was about to say. When the explosive sound stopped for a moment, Mao spoke again, we're going to Finland. You really mean Finland? We will wake up the huge giant Hrungnir there, and make it advance to Europe. As soon as the monster Hrungnir was mentioned, the twin sisters behind him, as well as Qin Shan, looked surprised. They had to. Hrungnir, the dark blue-grayed monster, was as crazy as the color of its eyes. It was a monster of the monsters who would be willing to compete with the dragon, called the strongest monster of the dark blue-grayed. Furthermore, there was one difference between Hrungnir and the dragon. If Hrungnir moves, the giants will move with it. The giants were the monsters who made Finland, Sweden, Denmark, and Norway a land of death that humans could not live in. Hrungnir was the head of the giants. In a sense, it was a more threatening nightmare than a dragon for humans. Of course, it was clear what the most threatening nightmare was. With that much, the Vatican will lower its position and reach out to us. There is no such thing as Korea's crazy monster, though the legendary relics are overflowing there. There would be no greater threat than forcing that nightmare to happen for his benefit. The droning of a plane with several propellers began to pass over Moscow. It was quite dangerous, since it didn't send out a warning as it flew over the center of Russia, and it was flying low enough to be visible to the naked eye. In fact, an attempt was made to crash the plane at its appearance. But it was not started by fighters or shooting from below. What appeared were monsters. 3 bizarre monsters reminiscent of pterosaurs flapped their powerful wings and headed toward the plane, making horrifying screams. The distance was narrowed instantly. It was a dangerous situation since at the moment of collision, both sides were inevitably hit hard. But there was no fear in the flashing orange eyes of the monsters flapping their wings at the plane. The propellers, which were rotating so strongly that ordinary people would be frightened just imagining their approach, did not threaten the monsters. And the plane itself did not hesitate at all to confront these monsters, and it sped up, as if it had decided to hit the monsters in front of it without any inclination, rather than turning around. A game of chicken started over Moscow. However, the losers of this game were the monsters. Thunk! A single arrow appeared from somewhere and pierced the bodies of all three monsters at once. There were no screams at all. The heart-pierced monsters stopped flapping their wings and began to fall down straight to the ground. However, those aboard the plane did not look at them. Their eyes were directed at the front. Damn it, boss. I think someone came before us and filmed Mission Impossible. The appearance of Red Square, which had been devastated by an unknown explosion, was shocking. No one could express his own appreciation or cross-question the words that Jang Sung-hoon had said. I'm going down first. At that moment, Kim Tae-hoon's voice was heard in everyone's head. Boss. At the voice, Jang called out for Kim reflexively, but the thing that welcomed him was only the strong wind coming in through the airplane door as it opened. 2. Kim had visited Moscow several times, but he had never been allowed to visit the Kremlin. When he came to Moscow at the invitation of the Russian government, Russia did not invite him into the Kremlin palace. Of course, the biggest reason was that he did not have to go to the Kremlin palace, but the thoughts of those who knew him were different. They said Russia was afraid of Kim Tae-hoon, a crazy bomb, stepping into the Kremlin palace. At this moment, he had lost his chance to visit the Kremlin palace forever. Wow, it was completely destroyed. There was no more Kremlin palace in this world. If I'd known this, I'd have borrowed a loan to travel to Moscow. I wouldn't have had to pay back the debts, anyway. It was a terrible sight in many ways. But what mattered right now was not the fact that they could no longer see the Red Square, the Kremlin palace. Did a monster sweep it away? It was a bomb. Bomb. It wouldn't lead to this much collapse unless it was placed in the right place. After finishing the explanation, Kim raised his head and scanned the entire Red Square again. It was unspeakable devastation, but it did not impress him. Nevertheless, his expression was hardened for another reason. I don't know if Lenin's tomb is okay. Lenin's tomb was the place the founder of Russia, the communist hero, had been buried. It was also the reason why Kim and Jang had to wash their identities before coming to Moscow. At first, Lenin's tomb was not located in the underground facility of the Kremlin palace, but of course, it was not because Kim and Jang were communists. You're all right, aren't you? What can you do to Chernobog without Bogatry's great sword? Apparently, Kim had told himself in his dream that the weapon that could kill the immortal wolf Chernobog was in Lenin's tomb. So, he made a plan. With common sense, how could he ask them to open the coffin, saying, there is a weapon in Lenin's tomb that can kill Chernobog? But now it was all meaningless. I will ask Maria first. Kim went to Maria immediately. She was not far away. She was silently looking at the Kremlin palace nearby. Her condition was so terrible that it could not be compared with Kim or Jang's. It was natural. It would be strange if she could easily accept the collapsed Red Square, as she has risked her life for her country and walked on the battlefield for it. But Kim did not console her. He did not even put rhetoric into the words that he wanted to speak out. He asked her a question as if staring at her blurred eyes. Where did you keep Lenin's mausoleum? Yes. What? Lenin's tomb, in which there is a weapon that can kill Chernobog. It was not just a statement, but a shocking statement that could not be accepted even in normal condition. But rather it worked. What's that? As a shock therapy, the new shock that entered the mind of Maria returned her eyes to normal. His coffin is. Of course, it was only for a while that the pupils were clear. We carried it to a secret bunker in the underground of the Kremlin palace in case something happened. Her eyes began to shake violently as she spoke. It was the same with Jang. Well, is the only weapon which can kill Chernobog buried deep down in the underground of the Kremlin Palace, which has been collapsed, under a pile of stones that would take at least a year to clean up using hundreds of heavy movers? After the question, Jang shut his mouth. What more could he say? The only weapon that could kill Chernobog, the only clue that Kim would escape from the curses of the monsters that he had gained so far, and that he would gain from now on, had become something he might not promise next time. However, Kim was different. He judged the situation coldly. I will exclude Bogatri's great sword at once. What I cannot get I cannot get. Here, spitting out complaints and chewing despair, there is no way for Bogatri's great sword to come out of the bunker deep in the collapsed Kremlin Palace. So, what matters right now is the background of what happened now. It was not a simple explosion. Someone decided to destroy Red Square. It was bombs that had destroyed Red Square, and to be precise, the Kremlin Palace. It was not just a bomb, but a huge amount of explosives were used, and it was not just used but designed for an explosion. If it were just a simple explosion, it would not have collapsed to this extent. Who would have done that? Not a monster. It was clearly not a monster. If a monster had the ability to deal with explosives at this level, Kim would just give up the war with the monsters here. It was unlikely that any force in Europe would be the culprit, as Moscow was a huge breakwater that would prevent the monsters in Siberia from entering Western Europe. Without the lips, the teeth feel the cold. There might be a man who expected the fall of Moscow, especially those who were located around the Vatican, but no one wanted it to be a reality. The only thing left was one. Then, the culprit is just the 6 snakes. The 6 snakes broke down Russia. So now it's time to move on. I need to figure out why. What did they gain by destroying Russia? The 6 snakes would not have destroyed Russia for no reason. The 6 snakes were interfering with the plans of Russia once more. They were actively interfering with Russia's attempt to recover the warheads during the winter. They had cut off the hands and feet of Russia. Russia would have tried to negotiate with the 6 snakes. When he realized that, Kim thought that what the 6 snakes wanted was to occupy a favorable position in negotiations with Russia. He thought that the 6 snakes, who had lost their stage in Taiwan, would settle on Moscow and reveal their ambition to dominate the world once again, based on Europe. I had the hidden intention to take advantage of it in reverse. That was why Kim forged his identity. He intended to hide his identity and kill the 6 snakes who had settled in Moscow. He was going to hide his identity and enter the snake cave to catch the snakes. But the 6 snakes did not settle on Moscow, they made it hell. Was it because the negotiations didn't work out? If the negotiations do not go well, they change the partner at the negotiating table, but they don't change the negotiating table. Nor was it highly likely. If the 6 snakes had wanted to settle in Moscow, they would have settled by any necessary means. This means that they did not intend to settle in Moscow in the first place. The only certain thing was that the 6 snakes had no intention of settling down in Moscow from the beginning. Then, what is their aim? Conviction is forbidden, conjecture remains conjecture. This is not known immediately, I can only guess, and I must not be sure of the conjecture that comes from it. Therefore, Kim measured the impact of Moscow turning to this state, rather than guessing the purpose of the 6 snakes. Western Europe will be shaken. The news of Moscow's collapse would naturally spread rapidly throughout Europe. Europe would naturally be tainted with fear. At the same time, they would be anxious. In the fear and anxiety, the existing power structure would once again shake greatly. A hero in a warlike age. At that moment, Kim gave an answer. 2. Yes. What? At the moment of giving the answer, Kim did not waste his time worrying anymore. We're going to the Vatican. 3. In 1999 and 2012, a lot of people said, humanity will come to an end, and only those who believe in God will be saved. The world thought that such a thing would never happen, and of course, they called the other people crazy. In fact, the next year those who said that were gone. By 2016, no one was talking about such a thing anymore. But by 2017, everyone in Europe has become a lunatic shouting about the end and salvation. The Vatican. Even in the era of monsters, it boasted a strong presence, making those in Europe the madmen mentioned above. In front of the madness that started, all the power of Europe was reorganized at the center of the Vatican. The power of the Vatican began to change into a form that could not be found in history. The Vatican's owners were not just religious people, but the men in power that controlled the fate of Europe, and even the world. That was why the Vatican discussed the fate of Germany, not anywhere else. The giants have attacked Germany now. Hamburg has already fallen, and they are moving toward Cologne. Cardinals, if you have any keen insight, please make it clear here without hesitation or adjustment. It was evident that the Vatican was now the owner of Europe, beyond the leaders of Europe. Of course, they did not have duty and responsibility along with their power. I think all we have to do is to accept the refugees. Even in the days of monsters, there was no sense of crisis for the owners of the Vatican, which had never been invaded by a single monster. Even if there was a sense of crisis, the firm belief in the fact that God would protect them made the small sense of crisis even more discolored. If Germany has already collapsed, it is dangerous to put more troops into Germany, and there is a high chance that the giants will not cross the Cologne. Isn't it there is a cathedral in Cologne? It was still true. The Vatican cardinals did not have fear, even though they had a sense of crisis of the giants who had destroyed Finland, Norway, and Denmark as soon as they appeared, and were now moving south. The giants have been silent over the Baltic Sea. It may be temporary. If they've filled their stomachs enough in Germany, they might be quiet after that, or they might go back over the Baltic Sea. So, it would be better to watch them than to make war with all our might. The absence of fear made them feel ambivalent toward the monsters. I think it is Moscow that is dangerous now. Didn't the bomb attack happen? There's no guarantee that such a disturbance will not happen in the sanctuary. The news that scared the owners of the Vatican was the news of the collapse of Moscow, not the presence of the giants who had destroyed Germany, nor Hrungnir, the monster with the dark blue eyes that led them. The rumor is that the 6 snakes committed a terrorist act. Why would the 6 snakes blow up the Red Square in Moscow? Didn't Russia reject their offer of help, and cut off their ties with the 6 snakes? So, Russia has asked us for help, not the 6 snakes. The Vatican was safe from the monsters. It was possible because the Vatican maintained the most complete form of a sacred place of any religion. However, that was all. The Vatican relics blocked the monsters, but there was no ability to prevent humans. That was why the Vatican cardinals were reluctant to send troops to war against the giants. In a situation where only people could stop people, the Vatican owners were worried about the absence of their troops. Do you mean that's why the 6 snakes broke Moscow? It is a warning. It is an example of how a person who refuses their offers is treated. In that sense, what the owners of the Vatican were now afraid of was not the giants, but the 6 snakes. It was still true. Now that we have a story about them, let's move on to the 6 snakes. To the congregation, the story of the giants had no sense of weight. All their attention was, after all, on the 6 snakes that threatened them. Mao Spencer of the 6 snakes suggested that they would hunt the giants if we need them to. As evidence, everyone who attended the meeting looked at the remark differently. I don't think it's free. I think it's dangerous to accept an offer right away. The 6 snakes themselves are dangerous, not a suggestion. We'd rather declare war on the 6 snakes this time. Of course, their attitudes changed too. If Moscow is really the result of the 6 snakes, it's no good to fight against the 6 snakes, is it? The 6 snakes' suggestion may be that they want to reconcile with us. There's no reason to say no about killing the giants, of course. What if we reject the 6 snakes, and they hold hands with Muslims? If 6 snakes are placed in Mecca, the Muslims will be glad to accept it. Everyone was serious and thoughtful in front of the schemes of the six snakes. Then we'll vote on whether to accept the six snakes' offer or not. At last, they began to make decisions in a way that would fit the Vatican's long history. There was no more talk of the giants between them. On December 31, 2016, there was one thing that survivors found when monsters came out. God. Most people who sought and prayed to God in that way were frustrated that God did nothing for them. But people in Europe, especially Italy and Western Europe, were different. When they sought God, God was willing to answer the young sheep who were looking for him. The Vatican was the answer. It still is a beautiful city as it used to be. It remains alive and protected from monsters. The Vatican's appearance, which had been able to maintain its presence after monsters came out, was the clearest proof that God's will was in this land. In the face of that evidence, Europe had no choice but to enter an age of fanaticism beyond blind faith. In that era, the Vatican, which proved that God still existed, became the most powerful group of a new order. Since the Vatican remains undiminished, the cardinals must be doing well. A cardinal's presence among them was absolute. The 17 remaining cardinals in Vatican City were just like agents acting at God's will. They have to stay healthy. It was a superficial story that the public knew. They carry a cross instead of you. There were more hidden stories to be said than done. There was something to talk about. It was certain that a cardinal's dignity was absolutely undeniable in an age in which faith in God was so fanatical. But could they make the right decisions? There was no need to mention the incompetence of the cardinals. There was no need to describe incompetence in the first place. What mattered is whether the cardinals had knowledge, experience, judgment, or examples to consider when making decisions during the age of monsters. Of course, there were no such things for the cardinals. Indeed, the cardinals did not know monsters. Staying in the Vatican, the safest place in the world from monsters, they had never seen a living monster with their own eyes. Nevertheless, survivors of Western Europe left their fate to the Vatican, and they were willing to risk their lives in a war against the monsters if the Vatican cried out for war. Their faith in God made it possible for some of them, but they were only part, and most of them, even though they made rational judgments before faith, were still willing to leave their fate to the Vatican. Isn't that right, John? Sir Spencer, you have harsh words. The above-mentioned was possible due to a man saying this remark, who had a long horse-like face and a golden ponytail, dressed in the black priestly robes. Archbishop John Gabriel was the head of the Vatican City State, which had been newly established, and he had made it possible. He, who was originally one of the deacons of the former pope, now led Vatican City in the monster era. When the cardinals concluded that they would pray to God to defeat the monsters, John Gabriel led an army armed with powerful relics and weapons through Europe, starting with the Louvre Museum as well as the relics of the Vatican, and won the war against the monsters. John Gabriel had shown the decision that the cardinals had made through inefficient processes was not good. His accumulated results were the basis for people to be willing to leave their fate to the Vatican. He was really a hero of rare caliber. Now, he was talking with Mao, the head of the six snakes, in front of the peaceful scenery of the Vatican. So why did you come here? There's something the Vatican has to do. Why should the Vatican help the six snakes? Because you've been helped. If anyone knew the identity of the six snakes, they could not help but know what he meant. Mao gave John Gabriel a scenario, put all the responsibility on God and the cardinals by putting out the symbolic existences of the cardinal in front, and take all the good results for himself. It was a wise and touching scenario. Even if he was defeated in the battles with the monsters, he did not have to take responsibility for the failure. If he said that defeat was God's will, everyone was convinced and nodded. The cardinals were like a cross for John Gabriel. Just by making people admire the cardinals and holding them sacred, John Gabriel was able to be forgiven all his failures. In other words, to John Gabriel, the six snakes and Mao Spencer specifically were an Achilles heel. Of course, he was not satisfied with this conversation now. What I want is simple. You lead the Crusaders, and fight with the head of the giants, Hrumner. Not to mention, he didn't like the speaker, nor the content of the conversation. The Crusaders are not allowed to lose. The Crusaders were the army of the Vatican City. It was literally an army that fulfilled the will of God, a group that had gathered the Awakeners representing Western Europe, armed them with the most powerful relics in Western Europe, and planted faith close to madness in God. It was the best weapon the Vatican had ever built with their power. Now, Mao was asking the Crusaders to hunt Hrumner. And when the Crusaders are defeated, Europe is shaken. At the viewpoint of John Gabriel, it was a hunt that was more likely to be a defeat than a win. In addition, as he said, the Crusaders were not an army that could be allowed to be defeated. Yes, that's why I want you to do it, and as terribly as you can. The faces of those who fight with you will be so terrible when they are so desperate. It was not just a defeat, but a desperate defeat. Of course, John Gabriel had no intention of receiving this proposal. What do we get by doing that? That was why he was asking this question now. You've already learned the lesson, right? But as said before, Mao and the 6 snakes were Achilles' heels for John Gabriel. Lesson. The lesson of Moscow. As Achilles had been shot dead by an arrow in his heel, John Gabriel had no way of doing anything to his fatal weakness. It was still true. In front of Mao, he could no longer express his intention to refuse. What is your intention in doing this? Eventually, John Gabriel decided to defend his Achilles' heel. Mao was glad to answer at his reply. A hero appears in a desperate situation, in a war that the Holy Army of the Vatican cannot even win. You are going to be a messiah, and are not going to hide in the shadows anymore. At the cross-questioning of John Gabriel, Mao looked at the Vatican landscape instead of answering. If the 6 snakes become a messiah, Kim Tae-hoon, you will have to cross the dead bodies of the Vatican and Europeans before you kill us. Mao looked at the scene and smiled at the corner of his mouth. 5. Huck. Frankfurt, Germany. Germany, whose main river was the Rhine, was not only one of Europe's major economic centers, but also always crowded with people before the advent of the monsters. However, since the advent of the monsters, Frankfurt had become a land of monsters, where there was no reason to visit unless it was a mercenary who made monster hunting their job. F***ck. In other words, Emma's job, a red-haired beauty who had been panting in the Dreieich Nature Reserve in Frankfurt before it was ruined, was now nothing but a mercenary. She was also a mercenary who would now lose her life in exchange after encountering a powerful monster. In addition, it was a group of werewolves with orange eyes that were chasing Emma. There were no less than 10 of them. Even that was considered small now. Werewolves have been seen in hordes of over 100, and the monsters are mad. The number in the werewolf packs that Emma and her colleagues encountered for the first time was over 100. It was crazy. Damn it. If a dozen werewolves formed a pack, the level of hunting difficulty became yellow grade. Even Emma, who had survived for a year since the monster appeared, had never heard of 100 werewolves forming a pack. All monsters are going crazy because of the giants. It was the giants who crossed the Baltic Sea and set their huge feet on German soil that made such nonsense a reality. The giants were a powerful threat to humans and monsters alike. Of course, to fight the ruthless giants, monsters began to unite, dozens of them becoming hundreds, hundreds becoming thousands. But Emma and her colleagues didn't know that. Huck. The result of that ignorance was Emma's rough breathing. To survive, she and her colleagues had scattered. They had scattered in all directions and run away. Damn it. At the cost of 9 sacrifices, it was a way to escape with 1 or 2 people surviving. It was the highest survival rate in this situation. I did not expect that I would die here even before I got married. And at this moment, Emma was sure she was one of the 9 sacrifices. Her face, which turned purple for lack of breath, was evidence. Huck. I'm sure I am really about to die, damn it. I can smell the coffee that I've never had since the monsters appeared. It was also evidence that she could smell the deep aroma of coffee between gasps of breath. It was evidence that her nose had lost its sense of smell as she was about to die. In the end, Emma saw a phantom in her eyes. What? A long ways away, in the trees, in front of a campfire, the sight of two men and a woman drinking coffee with marshmallows as if camping, filled Emma's eyes. Am I dreaming because I am already dead? Of course, she thought it was a fantasy. Yipe. Emma fell to the ground, not seeing the roots in front of her feet, looking at the phantom. She fell forward and turned over and looked behind her. Aw! She saw 20 orange eyes running madly to eat her, and... whiz! There was something dimly passing fast through those orange eyes with an eerie sound. Blush! Angry werewolves fell like broken dolls, shedding blood at their temples. Ah, of course, Emma thought this was a dream, a vain sight until a man extended her his hands and words. Are you all right? Ah. Oh, you can call me Jang. And those are my bodyguards, you can call them Kim and Mary. You're so surprised that you can't talk. It was then that Emma could see that this was not a dream, but a reality. Have some warm coffee and marshmallows, and warm yourself. Of course, the reality that she saw was the most unrealistic reality ever since the monsters had appeared. 6. After the advent of monsters, mankind was deprived of many things. Most of the things that enriched mankind were taken away. Humans could no longer expect to drink coffee after eating rich salads and oily steaks. So it was with Emma. As an awakener, she knew how lucky it was to be a mercenary and be able to eat food and not to starve to death in exchange for killing the monsters. Now, however, she was in the middle of a quiet forest, sitting in front of a bonfire, and she was soaking her mouth with the most delicious coffee she had ever had, eating moderately melted marshmallows. It was a luxury she had never imagined. Of course, in front of this unrealistic luxury, she was forced to melt. How did you get chased by monsters? I ran into 100 werewolves, and I had to run away. Then why did you come to Frankfurt? To this dangerous place? The mission we were given was to clean up the surroundings so that the Crusaders could fight the giants. In front of the man named Zhang who had saved her from death, she did not intend to hide or do anything. Where are the Crusaders? They're waiting in Stuttgart. She said everything she knew. I heard that they're going to attack the leader of the giants in Frankfurt on February 14th. If it is the leader of the giants. It's a monster with dark blue eyes that makes the giants look like children. Then Emma, why did you participate in such a dangerous thing? You would not be able to live after being exposed to the fear of the dark blue-grade monster. Jang was surprised at the words that she spoke of her own accord. Emma gave a bitter laugh at the words. The Vatican told me to do so, so I should do it. How can I resist his will? Much more, since the Crusaders are present in full force, it is a holy war. Not to get something, it's about paying back what I've been given. But it's too dangerous, isn't it? It's all right, and there's a rumor that the Oracle has come down. The Oracle. On February 14th, God sends a savior to save the world on his behalf, and the savior will save us from the giant. Emma, who said the words, sipped her coffee and scanned the crowd. Emma's eyes stopped at a man who was looking at her, drinking coffee in the same way as her. A wry smile hung at the corners of his mouth. Kim had bushy hair that gave her a sharp impression. What is it? Emma, who could not guess the meaning of the wry smile, cocked her head. Savior, do you mean the Messiah is coming down? Jang asked her again. Emma swallowed her coffee quickly and said, yes, it's not 1, but 5. Those 5 will save us from the trials. Messiah, at the word Messiah, Jang also made a similar smile to the man named Kim, who was smiling wryly. Emma cocked her head again and asked, is there a problem with what I said? The advent of the Messiah, it was not a story for them to smile at like that. At the question of Emma, Jang smiled and said, "There is no problem. It's just my face looks weird. Who doesn't like it when the Messiah is descending? Isn't that right, Kim?" At Jang's sudden question, the man Kim swallowed the coffee he was drinking and said, "I'm really looking forward to it." Thump. It was a giant with a huge body, about 20 meters tall and so big that it was impossible to estimate its weight. At the same time, it was a walking disaster. The huge thing moving was a disaster itself and it was not possible by physics. Thump. Furthermore, the physical impact of such an enormous body could not even be imagined. Thump. 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 The giants did not number one, but crucially, hundreds. At a glance, it was hard to even estimate the whole number of giants who were crossing the river like a stream, and just strolling over a small hill as they advanced. The most overwhelming of them was the biggest giant at the back. It had a huge body, with a height of about 100 meters, which made the previous giants look like nothing. With its advent, this monster Hrungnir had made the land beyond the Baltic Sea, the land that had once been considered the best place to live, an uninhabitable land. It looked down at Frankfurt, the center of Germany, with the dark blue eyes of its huge body from on high. Whoa-ho-ho. At that moment, the giants with the green eyes, the green Jotuns everywhere, opened their mouths and let out a howl of domination. The cry shook Frankfurt. The cry and the advance of the giant started to turn over Frankfurt. The ground began to emit the sound of thunder. It was like the sky and the earth were upside down. Lord! The moment they saw it, they could not help but seek God on the spot. Please look over us who follow and love you. In front of this scene, the image of those who prayed for God, transcending everything, was not at the cliff of despair. Rather, it was the opposite. Fill our minds and bodies with the Holy Spirit. There was no sign of terror on their faces and bodies, or anywhere else, as they recited prayers. The clothes of those who were decisively looking for God, were not the typical attire of those who desperately prayed. They were wearing armor instead of priestly robes, and they were holding a sword instead of a cross, and a shield instead of the Bible. Let us be the swords and shields of the world. They had the eyes of fierce beasts hungry for battle. Of course, when they finished their prayers, they did not run away. They did not turn away. Everyone looked straight ahead. Among them was a man with a long head like a horse. John Gabriel was the head of the Vatican City State, and he was leading the Crusaders to prevent the invasion of the giants. At the end of the prayer, he opened his eyes and looked at the sight he had to face. Now he remembered a man's face, not the giants who had just made Frankfurt a city where nothing existed. Mao Spencer demanded that John Gabriel lead the Crusaders to fight the giants, in hope of a terrible defeat. John Gabriel accepted that demand, which was bound to be bloody. But it was not a declaration of surrender to the 6 snakes. On the contrary, when he heard the proposal, he was going to stab a dagger in the 6 snakes. You won't have the chance to be a Messiah. By victory, not the defeat, he intended to block the opportunity for the stage Mao wanted to come out. There was nothing wrong with it. Even if Mao just wanted them to lose, he did not tell John Gabriel to be defeated on purpose. Even if he won the war against the giants, it was never a breach of their agreement. That was why John Gabriel did not argue about the deal in vain. Of course, there was a requirement for that, to kill Hrungnir. We will kill the huge giant Hrungnir. We'll kill a dark blue-grade monster for the first time. The Vatican had never killed a dark blue-grade monster. It was not that they avoided hunting because they lacked confidence. The Crusaders had already succeeded in hunting more than 10 blue-grade monsters, and through the hunting, they had gained experience, won monster stones, and were able to get powerful relics and items. Their faith grew stronger. Today we will change history. Due to the belief that God's grace protected them, John Gabriel, who was about to fight the giants, could shout more confidently than ever. Today we will prove that the Lord's will has descended here. The Crusaders shivered at the cry and the glory it promised. Ring the bell of Jerusalem. Ding dong. When the very clear sound of the bell began to ring, there were no more people who shivered. Who? There were only fanatics who were not afraid of death. 2. Kurung. The giants' footsteps were like thunder as they raced across the Main, the river that was not going to stop their passage south. Boom. The sound of cannons from those who wanted to stop the giants from moving south beyond the Main was also like a thunderstorm. That was about it. The battle on the stage of Frankfurt was different from the sound. Of course, the landscape of the battlefield was also different. Boom. Boom. A number of mortars, including the Leopard 2 tanks and their cannons, which represented Germany and its tanks, spewed shells, and the giants marched through the baptism of shells. Kuyo-io. When the giants who had reached the main body of the Crusaders beyond the main river repeatedly roared out, the awakeners of the crusade who were waiting began to work on the giants' bodies with their weapons, clinging to them as they moved. Attack. Eyes. Aim at the eyes. Cut the ankles. Break it down. A tram was crumpled like a soda can by the feet of a giant who went on the rampage, and the giant's body collapsed under the attack of the ant-like crusade, falling to the ground and creating an earthquake. The sight of a hell which humanity had never experienced or imagined before, was unfolding around the main river across Frankfurt. Ding dong. The so pure and beautiful sound of the bell ringing in the scene made Frankfurt stage an unrealistic stage that could never be understood by reason. Boss, the Crusaders are more powerful than we've heard from Miss Emma, and are not getting over the main river. Jang Sung-hoon, who used a telescope to confirm the fact next to Kim Tae-hoon, was calm in front of this unrealistic scene. If they go this way, the Crusaders will win. It was a sight he was familiar with. Then your plan is going to go wrong, isn't it? Rather, Jang had a sense of crisis at the combat ability of the Crusaders. I don't think there's any chance of the 6 snakes coming out here. Kim Tae-hoon, who was looking at the battlefield with his black eyes without a telescope, said, "They're stronger than I thought." So does the boss see it? Right? Some of them are not awakened, but they fight well in front of the fear of a blue-grade monster. I think their relics are not normal. Needless to say, as they've plundered human history, it would be odd if they didn't have that many relics. It is just what you say. The relics are powerful. What? That's all. Kim Tae-hoon, who spoke out the words, once again looked at the battlefield wide. The power of the Crusaders who built the final defense line at the south of the main river and the giants trying to cross the main river to somehow crush the Crusaders was visible. It was simply chaos, and there was no proper order anywhere. They have strong relics, but their skills at using them are no better than the hunter applicants of the Mac Guild. Ah. Then Jang could understand Kim's intention. Well, they don't have the concept of tactics or strategy, as the boss says. They just fight with strength against strength. To fight with just strength against strength, even animals will not do that. It was just as Jang said. The Crusaders were powerful, but that was all. They were fighting a power-to-power battle against the giants, over just a river called the Main. Man cannot win against a monster by using power against power, and even more so if it is the dark blue grade. Kim Tae-hoon, the Mac Guild, and Korea could feel the fact that it would never be an answer in the fierce struggle to survive against monsters. In other words, the Crusaders were not aware of it as they had not had to realize it. They've crushed the monsters only with the power of their relics, in that sense, it's natural. When most people tried to survive in the war against monsters, the Vatican did not have to make such an effort. The relics that Europe had were plundered from the world over the years, including the Louvre Museum, gave Europeans the power to fight monsters. It was like teaching a child how to hold a gun and use it. Anyway, if a child knew how to shoot a gun, he or she could kill a beast with violence. In other words, the child who grew up like that did not have an opportunity to learn other ways to kill a beast. The huge giant Hrungnir would give a great lesson to the Crusaders, which they had not learned. It would teach them so intensely that they would never forget it again, and it would be imprinted in history beyond the level of imprinting on their mind. Mao would have expected this, too. Mao, the head of the 6 snakes, would have made the same prediction as Kim Tae-hoon. And he would set the stage to take advantage of this situation. That was why Kim was here. He predicted Mao's aim in front of the collapsed Red Square in Moscow. He wants to be a messiah. He predicted that the 6 snakes that had been trying to become the reality in the darkness came out under the bright sun and wanted to be the savior. Of course, it was not to be a holy martyr who sincerely burned everything for the world. Mao and the 6 snakes would not burn themselves for the world, but would they burn the world for their own benefit? Their purpose is to use Europe as a shield. What they wanted was a scapegoat. The fanatics of God had secured all the power of Europe in their own hands. Therefore, if they could be a messiah to Europe, Europe would do anything to protect their messiah. If someone were to target the messiah, they would block anyone who threatened the messiah without a moment's hesitation. They would do anything for the messiah. They would gladly be a shield to protect the messiah. A shield to stop me. The shield was what the 6 snakes wanted. Through the shield, the 6 snakes were trying to stop the crazy monster Kim Tae-hoon. Of course, he did not intend to let the 6 snakes have shields. At that moment, Kim's eyes stopped in one place. He found a group of about 100 people gathered there, just a little distance away from the battlefield where the fierce battle took place. He found 2 women in front of them, twin sisters with the same appearance. I found her. Yes. Who? The B*TCH who killed me. Sir, the number of the giants crossing the main river is decreasing. Half a day. The fight against the giants stopped for a while after a time, like watching a movie. The world's most horrifying long film has stopped. The giants are not heading south now. They seem to be getting their breathing. But at that fact, Johann Gabriel did not express his joy. Sir, God has taken care of us, and we will win if we continue on this way. In contrast to the bright voice that came out of the bright expression of his subordinate, his face was stiffened as he looked at the battlefield. The battlefield has collapsed. There were certainly no living giants on the south of the main river. There were only the dead bodies of the giants who were attacked by repeated bombardment and the crusaders around the main river. There were about 200 huge dead bodies dominating everything. An enormous number of giants' dead bodies lay all over the place. It was similar to the image of the city center, whose buildings had all collapsed. That was the first reason to make John Gabriel's face hard. It will be hard to bomb from the banks of the main river anymore. It was crazy to fight with tanks and artillery in the middle of a city where the buildings had collapsed. The mobility of the tanks was secondary, and it was difficult to secure the launch angle for the shooting. In other words, the tanks and artillery that made the greatest contribution to the collapse of the giants were now unable to exert their power. Of course, they have not lost yet. The damage to the troops was not serious, and the munitions to continue the battle were still overflowing. They had planned on a long fight in the first place. The use of Frankfurt as a battlefield was to occupy the advantageous ground. But it had not provided a basis for overcoming the current situation, even if it might be comforting. Above all, John Gabriel was feeling a clear limit as he commanded the battle. The huge giant has not moved yet. Although the Crusaders did not bring out all their power, John Gabriel more than anyone else could see that it was the same for the giants. He had never forgotten that the huge giant, Hrungnir, who could change the situation of the battlefield at once, was still watching the battlefield from the back. Above all, he could not think of what tactic to use next. How do we fight next? They had never been in this situation. The Crusaders had always won a simple and light victory with powerful relics. This tough fight was not suitable for the Crusaders. In other words, the Crusaders had never had such a hard and difficult fight. Then the dark clouds overhead began to let out the faintest raindrops. It didn't seem like heavy rain. But there was great anxiety in John Gabriel's heart. Then, a sound began to come down from above. Woo-oh-oh. Huck. The man who was reporting grabbed his chest and fell on the ground and began to shake like an epileptic. Ugh. So did John Gabriel. He had to take 2 steps to the side to regain his balance. What the hell is it? John Gabriel looked up at the sky in surprise. Woo-oh-oh. Woo-oh-oh. It was then that John Gabriel could see that the sound was not coming down from the sky, but from the mouth of the huge giant, who seemed to reach the sky. Ah! And he realized that this sound, which made the reason in the head white even though it was only heard, was not at the level that a weak human being could fight against with a spear and sword. He also realized that he was so full of faith in God that he could not make a rational judgment for a while. But the nightmare was not the end, it was the beginning. Oh, my God! Some of the giants' dead bodies lying on the battlefield began to move. Giants are moving. The dead bodies are moving. The heart that had stopped, or the giants who were barely breathing, began to move at the sound of their leader. Some of the fallen giants were not dead, but waiting for their bodies to recover. It was a failure of the Crusaders. They did not know that a monster was not dead until its heart was crushed. Hoo-woo-woong. At the same time, huge stones began to fly over the main river. Get away. Boom. Boom. The giants who they thought would no longer cross the main river began to throw the stones they had collected instead of charging ahead. Arg. The 3 elements were enough to break down the front line beyond the main river, which had been victorious, waking dead bodies, the stone-throwing of the giants, and the fear of Hrungnir. The 3 things erased the word victory in everyone's mind. The front line is collapsed. It was the same in John Gabriel's mind. The moment the word victory disappeared, John Gabriel was already running to the place where the 6 snake soldiers would fight against the giants on behalf of the Crusaders anytime. I need the strength of the 6 snakes. When he went there, it was the twin sister who welcomed John Gabriel first. One of them smiled at John Gabriel, who appeared, and said on behalf of everyone. Here you are, you idiot. The smile spread to the mouths of 100 people waiting behind her, like an epidemic. Then when Johann Gabriel stood before them, he heard a voice. Is this all? Everyone looked up in the direction of the voice. Everyone looked over their heads. John Gabriel also raised his head and looked over his head. They could see a man who was looking down at them from the sky, which was dulled by the dark clouds. Of course, most of them were not able to grasp the identity of the man at once. Only one of the twin sisters who had just smiled, Lin Si, identified the man. The Dragon Slayer? Of course, the man did not answer. Instead of answering, he waved his right hand toward the ground as if he were greeting them. Whiz! Dozens of swords began to fall from the sky like a shower. Get out of here. The battle had begun. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads.